develop. And if that is there, then the CBPO is not a solution. Resource institutions is not a solution. NGOs is not a solution. People like you, if you decide that 4 or 5 of you will come together and provide that platform for value chain integration for FPOs, the scenario will change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our guest, Dr. R.S. Sinha, sir, Vice President, Founder Member of NC, and Ex-Director of Extension Education, PDKV Akola. So, over to you.
Very happy. Or one seminar 3 years ago, when Dr. Chandrasekhara was director. Happy that now he is with me. Help the society like this. Because the seed of the International Society of Extension Education was sown by me. Only the seed I have sown. It is being nurtured and all these people who are here. That only, now it is established. Start the society is a very simple thing, but very effective. Many societies are formed. Now they are over there. The idea, because you know, I retired about 28 years back. Say I retired 28 years back, and I would take it first. Because you people, you are younger people, are more knowledgeable than me. Upward, it's knowledge because I was. But the recent one, came to my mind. And when I there can be only one society of one name in the world. There was Indian Society of Extension Education of which I was director 80 years. When there is a Indian society, why not to start at internet? Because the extension group was started in the world in 1940. USA starting the land projects. Years are now. Branch of extension, first branch of agriculture extension was started in 1953 at agriculture college. First branch. Thereafter, then it was started in different college. So I was interested. When I went to England, I talked to those people. Director for there. Then I have been to states. You say there also I met people. I talked to them and everybody they accepted and agreed to have leadership in institution. How it came to my mind and I started. I thought the meeting of two people. It is not the thing that I have thought. One man cannot thought. Society is for the group of persons. Whoever they there will be that time, many of them they are the both. started. The organized so far. They were in international. First one was organized at Goa. And it was very good. Many people from abroad they attended. Goa was there. And second one was in Delhi. It was a huge program. Third one was at Hyderabad. Here only. It was the golden jubilee of that FPOs. Extension Education Institute there 50 years they called us. Next seminar was organized at Bootcamp. Then we organized at FPO. Then after we organized at Nepal. That's when we are EG at Jaipur. Yeah. Yeah. This is much. Most of you young people, long way to go. Much more money in the 88. Yeah, see all these people what I wanted. Someday, society will grow. It is going to improve. It's a very nice. Thank you very much.
Just I would like to take just half a minute. It becomes my religious duty, especially to acknowledge the recent presence of Inasa. He's written but not had. He's 88 years. Long back, he dreamt about an organization. Organization conducted several national and international events supporting the professional communities. And his presence all the way he traveled from Mumbai. His place in this pandemic time at this age. It's a great spirit. Manage, acknowledge, and recognize your presence. We just declare instead of thinking we taken care by younger generation as the same. So thank you, sir.
Now I request Captain Dr. L.B. Kalanthi sir to address the gathering.
Dignitaries of the dais, honorable respected Dr. Goyal sir, Dr. Siddhamati, my guru Aran Loda sir, my very dear friend and my high political superintendent Dr. Chandrasekhar, my mentor Dr. Sina sir and CG. A really wonderful event and very pleasuresome to be with you all this morning in a program which has been seen as a dream for this nation to farmers to grow by our Prime Minister. And there are several organizations which have been working constantly on this issue, and they are guiding farmers, they are organizing farmers, and they are just giving a proper path to the farmers for this FPOs, so that at least whatever say they grow, they get the market on their own without having a support of any other government organization or the intermediate. So this is the occasion wherein I will substantially come out with certain recommendations which will help us we all and to the farmers also. From Maharashtra, there are several stalwarts, we have grown the farmers organization to 1,000 crore, 10,000 crore like that. They will be addressing the due time in this seminar only. I welcome you all and thank you very much, Secretary General.
Today we have our chairperson, Dr. K. Narayan, President of INSEE, and ex-vice chancellor of IIS Bangalore. I think this is for Ken College, sir. So over to you.
Thank you. Morning to every one of you. The elders and the grading course of this seminar, as well as our society, Synergy. Possibly you are surprised a person in the age how TVs at this age is inspiration to all of us. Despite all these things, anybody would have said, no, please go ahead, I will not come in this 1 year. But see the beauty of him, he has traveled all the way from Mumbai yesterday, despite of so much of disturbance. You know, he was to go to Vijayawada before he was landing the airport. He was to come. Myself, I was to go to Nagpur, and I was willing to go, but he was saying, did not give me opportunity. But yesterday it took me like that. Then what I'm telling, see the amount of inspiration what he is delivering to all of us. And of course, the person in this seminar, Director General of this very esteemed institute, Dr. P. Chandrasekhar, and of course, Dr. Damataji is always inspiring to all of us and also to the younger generation. Because you are so much fascinated to listen to a great person here. Although he's not an extension personality, but he talked much more than extension personality. That was I was feeling so proud of him. That so this Kumar Goyal, sir, he feels proud of you when you are present. You have opened minds of our many of the younger generation to look differently. Thinking from outside the field of expansion is much more important than within the focus of that. You really shown some of your very valuable experience with this house. And of course, Dr. Shekhar, I may not speak much. He's the one who is inspired the whole team here. Of course, I often come to this institute. Every time I look some changes, but this time I saw many changes, not only here, but also in the guest house. Because guest house speaks the quality of institution, one thing. Wherever we go, that matters very, very important. Of course, Dr. Karan Vijay was very dynamic. And the person behind the whole scenario who took much of the responsibility that involvement who has done marvelous work in organizing this. Of course, many of you have joined here and I knew this is to be done with a group of people, not individually. All of you have stood to the expectation of the institute in making this whole program something really great, something area one. Of course, very esteemed people of the day was scheduled to spare his valuable time despite his very busy schedule. See Manoj Havilati. In fact, he gave a lot of very critical inputs to the house, how we have to look for. Because the whole FPO is a business organization. It has to be addressed from end to end. Unfortunately, most of the time, when you take an issue, you look at from one end, you try to target the other one. And he has thrown a lot of light on that. And of course, it was also a source of inspiration for us to go to organize this program. It is because of Dr. I.S. Ayappanji, the recently he was also being blessed with the Padma Shri. In fact, back in 2016, he was responsible for organizing an FPO seminar way forward, and that gave a lot of impetus. In fact, to take you back, that seminar was organized based on the experience of our RPRC work that we initiated in US Bangalore. Just to narrate what I was in charge of the rural bioresource complex project being funded by the Government of India, Department of Biotechnology. And I was the person who was leading the whole team of 35 scientists, who were, of course, Shravan and Balasubramanian, including Dr. Shekhar, was close associate, and Dr. Sudama Jayadi and he was in the planning commission, visited a couple of times. The whole background is we started initiating the program with the objective of enhancing the productivity of farmers. That was our main concern. And also to see that how the profitability farmers can be looked at. With the two objectives we started. Although we did good enough to increase the productivity, but when it comes to the question of marketing, a big challenge is to observe. And I thought, of course, individually to take the marketing is going to be a big challenge. And if you look at even at that time, around 60 to 70% of the farmers were marginal. If asked these individual farmers to go to the market and come back to take up the marketing, just imagine the fate of the husband if the wife goes for marketing to a nearby town. Vice versa, if the husband goes also or wife also, both of them will be in a lot of problem. And when they go to the market, how much of exploitation they have to face. Although they produce surplus quantity, marketing them is a big challenge. Then I thought, unless we operate these people, the solution, we cannot provide a solution for them. Then in 2006, when we had a lot of discussion with the our own farmers and the scientists, university, couple of people, then we thought going to our organized group is the real solution. We started 10 farmers association at that point of time in 2006. Of course, to make them functional, it was not an easy job. And I would like to make a presentation at that time and give in more detail. Some of this operation took us almost 18 to 20 months by the time we commissioned them to make functional. So why I'm telling this? Just starting a farmers organization is an easy thing, but in the reality it's a big challenge. And of course now I am very happy. Really just playing very proactive role and not only going for starting an academy of FPOs and also working with the FPOs directly in a couple of places, what DG was mentioning the other day. That gives the actual strength and confidence for you how the FPOs can be really made functional. It is when you start working with those people only, then only you come to know how difficult it is. And I'm happy that some of our leaders who have already started working with the FPO, they are here. Possibly their experience will be more inspiration and also a learning occasion for all of us. And I will not take much of the time here because I'm going to take the immediate first session here for not only chairing but also chairing my speaker. Possibly I can share more there, but I profusely thank the entire TJ and this team. I had organized this program in a befitting manner, and everything is set in. I think we go more positive way, more appraising this thing. At the end of the day, look for policy focus. In fact, the whole FPOs today, why they are not up to the mark? Of course, in the studies, what has been revealed so far, out of nearly 8,000 FPOs that are in operation right now, another 10,000 are going to be commissioned in the coming days as per the Honorable PMO's message to the country almost 1.5 years back. Now, we need to look at why these FPOs are not up to the expectation. One of the important things is we have not done a close policy framework how this can be made very functional. And that's the area that requires a lot of attention by all of us. And in this 3-day seminar, we would like to look at one of the policy issues that needs to be taken forward so that the government of India can take the implementation of this program more effectively. That is the major focus of 3 days conference seminar. We look forward for that. With this, once again, thanks for all of you for the patient visit.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we are approaching the end of the inaugural session. Before delivering the vote of thanks, I take this opportunity to honor the guests, to acknowledge their graceful presence by giving a memento as a token of appreciation. Now I request our Honorable Director General to present the memento. Present the memento to Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goyal, sir. Namaste, sir. Hara Sinha, sir. To Dr. Kalantri, sir. To the chairman of the seminar, Dr. K. Narayan Gowda, sir. We have another guest here today with us, Mr. Milind Rathod. Kindly.
Professor Agriculture Extension from the Nagpur Agriculture College.
Okay, sir.
This one is quite interesting. Treasurer,
Okay, sir.
managing manager.
Nice to have you here, sir. Rathod, sir. Thank you. Now I request Dr. K.C. Government, sir, Director MNE and Organizing Secretary of the seminar to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhari. Namaskar to everyone. Last part of this inaugural program. I'll keep it simple due to paucity of time. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and those who are participating online. It's my pleasure to express this vote of thanks to all the dignitaries. At the outset, I'd like to thank Sri Manoj Jawahar, Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. In spite of his busy schedule, he took out time and addressed this issue. Thank you very much, sir, for your address. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ayyappan, sir. So he also gave us very valuable suggestions in a short period of time. So I'd like to extend once again heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ayyappan, sir. I'd like to thank Dr. A.K. Singh, who is very close to manage, Deputy Director General of ICR, for taking out time and addressing the gathering. I'd also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. J.P. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, SKUIT, Jammu. So he also threw a light on the objectives of this FPO. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence. By looking at the dais, I feel that I'm very young. So if you look into the average age, so all are inspiring. So first of all, with due respect, I express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. R.S. Sinha, sir. So you are an inspiration to us, all young generation. Thank you very much for blessing this occasion, sir. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Goyal, sir. He has been always a mentor of manage, and though his background is different, but he has become an agriculture economist. Often I contact him for many of the issues for getting a solution. Thank you very much for your patience. I'd like to thank Sadamate, sir. Yeah, we're in touch with each other for quite some time. When this seminar was conceived, I think we're in touch with each other. Thank you very much for your gracious presence here. So I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Narayan Gowda, sir. So he has been a man of extension, always thinking about the farmers, very practical man, though he's an academician, but he has done a lot of practical work for the benefit of the farmers. Thank you very much for your gracious presence here. So our leader, who is the inspiration, and he is called as man of innovations. He doesn't believe in micromanagement. So our own leader, Director General, Dr. P. Chandrasekhara. Sir, thank you very much for all your support, sir, for the success of this. Any program for that matter, a lot of people, they work behind the curtain. So I'd like to thank my entire team, especially Preeti, Durga, then Sridevi, Arupa, Satyendra, Dinesh, So everybody have given a supporting hand and made this program successful. Thank you very much. I'd like to extend my thanks to accounts, administration, housekeeping, the engineering section, who all have arranged this beautiful venue with flower decorations and all IT equipments. So I'd like to extend thanks to all officials here managed. Thank you one and all. Over to you, Sridhar.
Yes. Last 10 seconds only. This program was conducted so nicely by the master of ceremony, beautifully by the beautiful lady Sridhar. So on behalf of INSEE, I request the president to appreciate.
Sudden changes will be there, sometimes how to manage them. This is the way she has managed.
So we reached the end of the program. Now I request all the dignitaries and participants to join for a group photograph. It is near to amphitheater and followed by high tea will be there, sir. Please join us. Yes, sir. There is a plant.
You want that? You want that? Which one you want? One. That is not right. That you got it. Very photograph.
Yes, yes, ma'am. This is my. Vijay ji.
Sir is coming. Sir is coming. Sir is coming.
Yes, please come.
We sent message. I listened yesterday, man. But we
Participants, I know you are all waiting eagerly. So we have taken 15 minutes of tea break here with the dignitaries. So we'll start the session by 11:45. Please be online. Don't go anywhere. We'll join you soon. Okay? Is it audible? Could you please answer? Yeah, we'll start very soon. Dignitaries, they are having the tea. So we took a break for high tea. Please wait for another 15 minutes. Okay, we'll get back. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Please be with us. Okay, thank you.
I would require all the participants as well as the guests of the national seminar to be back in the hall to start the sessions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Name six can be.
Yeah.
So can you move a little bit close?
Adi, Bharat Sontaki, sir.
Good morning once again to all the dear guests and participants. I, Anupam Anand, serving as consultant documentation under the Center for Agri Entrepreneurship Development at Manage Hyderabad. Once again, welcomes the chair, the esteemed guests, and the participants of the National Seminar on Comprehensive Extension Strategies for Sustainable Development of Farmer Producer Organization, Issues and Challenges, jointly organized by Manage and INSEE, Nagpur, Maharashtra. The seminar is divided into 7 sessions based on 7 themes. The first day will witness 2 sessions of the first 2 themes scheduled, one before the lunch and one after it. The first session is based on theme 1, which is effective extension strategies for mobilization of farmers in the formation of FPOs such as CIGs, FIGs, SSGs, JLGs, cooperatives, and FSCs. As we all know, more than 86% of the country farmers are small and marginal. There is a need to provide our farmers with improved technology, credit, and more markets in order to incentivize them to produce higher quality commodities. Aggregating small, marginal, and landless farmers into FPOs will improve farmers' economic strength and market linkages, thereby increasing their income. With this in mind, the theme will concentrate on various extension strategies that can be used to mobilize farmers in the formation of FPOs. The session will also feature keynote and lead speaker addresses, as well as various paper presentations for the speaker chosen for the theme. With this, I would like to invite and welcome Dr. K. Narayan Gowda, President, INSEE, and ex-Vice Chancellor, Bangalore, to act as the session chairman and also deliver the keynote address for the same. A small profile. Dr. K. Narayan Gowda, President, INSEE, and ex-Vice Chancellor of Bangalore, has served in 14 different positions in the university for more than 4 decades. Professor Gowda has guided 11 MSc and 11 PhD students who have occupied very important positions in the national and international institutions. Professor Gowda has also published more than 80 papers and 9 books, besides participating in 36 national and international seminars and conferences. Currently, he is the chairman for more than 8 national and international bodies on professional and scientific endeavors. I would also like to invite and welcome Dr. Sultanki sir, Head Extension Systems Management, NAM, Hyderabad, to act as the co-chairman for the session and also to deliver the lead speaker address for the same. Dr. Sultanki is currently working as principal scientist and head of the Extension System Management Division at ICR, National Agriculture Research Management, Hyderabad. In a professional career of 31 years, he has worked in research, teaching, outreach services, and managerial positions in the agriculture research services of the ICR. His research contribution includes 32 completed research projects and over 150 publications consisting of 70 research articles, 55 conference papers, and 12 edited books and proceedings, and 30 book chapters. He has organized over 200 capacity building programs that have benefited more than 8,500 professionals of the National Agriculture Research Education and Extension Systems of India and other countries. We also have with us two rapporteurs overlooking the proceedings of the session. I would like to invite and welcome Dr. N. Balasubramani, sir, serving as Director and Head for the Center of Climate Change and Adaptation at Manage Hyderabad. Sir has expertise in developing and promoting viable and workable income generating programs to strengthen the rural livelihood system of farmers and also engage in various participatory technology transfers in agriculture and agriculture. I would also like to invite Dr. Mante Shuru, sir, to act as the rapporteur for the session. Sir is serving as Deputy Director and heading the Center for Agriculture Extension Policy, Public-Private Partnership in Extension, and International Center for Excellence in Agriculture Extension at Manage. He has expertise in developing and evaluating new methodologies in extension and communication research with an emphasis on human behavior. We also have three major paper presentations, and I would like to confirm the participation of Dr. Manoj Kumar, Dr. Sagar Watkar, and Jalil Basavaraj, sir, for the paper presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. K. Nayan Gowda, sir, to deliver the keynote speaker address. Over to you, sir. Can it be visible?
Good morning to every one of you once again. Dr. Bharat Suteki, Professor and Head Department of Extension in the National Institute of Agricultural Research Management, and also two very young and dynamic reportee FPO, Dr. Balasubramani, also Dr. Mahandesh Reddy. Of course, all our very senior extensionists and very, very committed personalities, all FPOs. Friends, having yet heard from the very experienced, enlightened persons in the morning in having such a possibly our job becomes very easy in giving a message. The future of Indian agriculture is going to be with the smallholders. Whether we like it or not, it is the smallholders who are going to take over the farming in the coming years. Although right now it is around 86-87%. I'm sure by 2030, most of them will be small marginal farmers. Reason all of you are also agree with me that Indian the law what it says that every family members have a right to own the land, and even the male or female they will be eligible for holding the land. In the process, diligence becomes inevitable. In the process, the smaller marginal farmers are going to be the future of Indian farmers, and this situation will be more or less same in most of the Asian countries. And whatever the important lessons that we draw from the experience of Indian the FPOs may be of useful to the other countries of the world, particularly where the small farmers are going to be in large numbers. Well, the present topic that has been assigned to us or been brought to us, effective extension strategies for mobilization of farmers in the formation of FPOs. It is, of course, I have been broadly using the word FPOs, but it doesn't mean it is only confined to FPOs. You have so many nomenclature in farming the farmers association across the country. It has gone with different crops, different regions, different states, both state and the center. With so much combinations, so many nomenclatures are being given. But ultimately, they're all organizing or centering around a given enterprise or a group of enterprise to see that they have been able to realize the maximum productivity on the one side, the maximum profitability on the other side. With these two twin objective, this particular FPOs are being formed across the country, and you are also knowledgeable that more than 8,000 FPOs are already functioning in the country. And our Honorable Prime Minister has declared back in 2021, other February budget meeting, that 10,000 FPOs are going to be launched with a massive budget allocation of 66,000 crores plus. So that is the concern of the government of India for this farmers organization. That indicates we should all rise to the occasion, rise to the expectation of both these state and the center regarding what should be the type of FPOs that we need in this country. Of course, there may be different nomenclature at the end of the day. What are the common platform on which they can move properly so that they can become sustainable? That's what the secretary was also making mention. At the end of the day, if they are sustainable, that's the one that is the purpose with which these FPOs are going to be established. Yet another thing that we need to understand or appreciate, agree today, that if you do not make the farmers sustain, it is going to be the biggest challenge for this country to ensure the food security, and nutrition security is also go with that. So we have to see that they should be made very, very comfortable, very stable in the future of Indian farming. Therefore, it becomes inevitable for us to see that the farmers are going to be made sustainable in the coming years. That's what is being emphasized in the whole process of our discussion in next 2-3 days from now. Then what are the special features of this smallholders? You all agree with me, they have less risk bearing ability due to low confidence and knowledge background. Then low capital application. Certainly, compared to large farmers and well-off farmers, their ability to flow reasonable capital is a big challenge. Dependency and mechanization of farm operations. Of course, this is another biggest challenge that is emerging in the recent years. All these small farmers are depending on the mechanization. In the yesteryears, they were holding a pair of bullocks. They were able to manage their own family operations like plowing, sowing, and weeding, so on and so forth, including transportation of this. Now, for everything, they have to depend on the tractors for other things. That is the stage at which they are going. So, that is the case. Individually, a smallholder can be able to possess any of these farm machineries and manage it. So, just imagine, therefore, the upgrade group becomes very much essential. Limited access to credit. Getting a credit is a big challenge, despite whatever the procedures that we avoid both the periods, be pro-friendly, pro-farmer, still it is going to be a big challenge for the farmers to have it. If you have the group, then anything becomes easy to see that the procedures are being followed and availing the credit. Then quality inputs. Of course, getting an input is a big challenge. Quality inputs is another big challenge. So this has to be there for the small farmers in a pooled arrangement so that they become comfortable. Insurance is being said more, but hardly being made available to the farmer in this country. Despite almost 5 decades are passing through. Since 1970s, we are hearing crop insurance, that insurance. But when it comes to the reality, even today, it is a big challenge. But they have been organized. Many things can be done as an insurance is concerned. Availing excellent services, which is being told not less than a person like our AS officer from Maharashtra, who has worked with the farmers because of his deep connections and involvement in the extension. He was able to be how to reach the farmers. It's a big challenge, particularly small marginal farmers in remote areas. This is going to be a big challenge to all of us, and only the organized group can look to these things. Increasing post-harvest losses. Of course, there are many figures available in the last 10 years. The extent of loss runs to several lakhs of crores. Can we not think of minimizing? This is possible if they are being brought at an organized group, because even harvesting during the harvesting season is a big challenge. Now, extra years, they used to go in a pooled arrangement. They used to take up the harvesting everything. But nowadays, it is becoming a big challenge for them. And if they are being brought together, at least under the umbrella of this FPOs, many of these things can be done. Then the operations of harvesting can be done in minimizing. Public support system has been made a mention by all our important guests today, right from our secretary to Dr. our Haipanji and even Dr. HSC, Sharma ji. Everybody made a mention how the public support system can be avoided for this various farmers organizations. Individually, they cannot think.
You need to have, there will be half a dozen organizations that are consulting providing subsidy. But when you go to the individual, possibly for decades they will not able to vary. But they are going in the organized group, at least this thing can be also realized. Then unable to realize profitable price to the farmer. Farmer produce is a known fact, which is the most important aspect of this FPOs that are being thought over. Then coming to the need of the group approach, as already been mentioned, by 2030 we are very much sure. It is right now it is running at 90%. It will be almost like 98% by another decade. That most of them will be small and marginal farmers. So we need to be prepared with this. Yet another challenge that is more bothering us: division of land is one, fragmentation of the land is another one. Way back in 1970s, as possibly Sinhaji may be remembering this, there was a National Commission on Agriculture. At that time, they made a special mention in their report that consolidation landholding is needed of the hour. So if a person having 5 acres being 10, spread out 10 places, just imagine his spent, how much of overhead cost, another thing no. On the other hand, if it is one place, just imagine how comfortably you can make a farming. So this is another challenge that's going to take place in the coming years. What is the way of addressing this? And even this can be addressed if the farmers are being part of the group. In fact, I had the privilege of working in 1974-75 as an exchanging guide, where we adopted a village, and after addressing most of the development work like production, productivity, everything, we went for consolidation of landholding in as early as 1975. We did it, but because we could able to organize the farmers. My only point is, if people are being brought into the group, at least they will have opportunity, in fact, share certain common things, and this can be minimized. I know it is a big challenge to go for consolidation, but this, nevertheless, it is not an impossible one. That should be kept in the back of the mind. Then the group approach becomes essential for Indian farmers to sustain farming. Group approach benefits already made a mention. It is not only for the farmmen. Of course, I have used word just to avoid repetition. It is invariably to farm women, farm youth. All of them are the ones to be addressed in the process of FPOs. Of course, it is not necessarily for only 1 or 2 crops or a couple of crops. It has to be covered with a range of crops, a range of enterprises. Even in poultry, fortunately now, a lot of group emergencies there. And one of our farmers from Karnataka was making a mention where we were taking tea, that they are addressing poultry farmers, particularly organizing them, marketing their eggs, particularly to the young, the nutrition food as part of the nutrition spread to the what is called Anganwadi with the students. Vidya, what is that scheme? Midday meals. Midday meal scheme for the students in the the primary middle schools. If that scheme linkage is there, with the FPOs it becomes easy. So that type of enterprises can also be added here. High value, low volume crop enterprises are also going to be included here. Of course, low volume crops, it is easy to address. But when it comes to high volume crops, sometimes it becomes more challenging. But interestingly, high value crops are being addressed by very enlightened farmers. That's why it becomes easy for us to take them forward much faster than the other types of farmers. There are some advantages, limitations. Of course, what are the other benefits of this? The group approach is timely empowerment programs to members. This is the need of the hour, which has also been mentioned by the honorable guest in the morning. Procurement of inputs has also been made a mention. I did not take much time on that, how important it is. Ensure need-based, timely, customized services. I was making a mention, particularly this mechanization. It's the biggest challenge for the small and marginal farmers individually. If we can able to link up with the customized services or arranging them through common community arrangements, that also serve the purpose. Important various system support that is available in the area and the region for the crop that needs to be done. Many overhead costs can be minimized. Why distress state? Certainly that can be addressed. Even Dr. Sinhaji was making mention about his own case study almost 3 decades back, how he was able to arrange the distress state. Common value addition processing center. See, this is what is supposed to be looked at as a big challenge in the FPOs. Arranging the farmers to get a better price, the raw produce is one. when you want to go a step further for validation process, is a big challenge for the FPOs because the set of staff that is available in the FPO is there is one CEO, there will be one accounting staff, and then there will be one messenger or somebody. This is the type of pattern that will be available. Then who is to do this? When it comes to the directors, many of the directors, when they become the member, they think we're all members, we should only get the benefit. That's the type of mindset there. Then who are the people to be brought forward for taking the validation process is a big challenge. And how to generate funds for this FPOs is another challenge. Unless these are being thought of from a closer distance, this is the FPO sustenance will be a big challenge in the coming years. In my considered experience, because I had the privilege of working, as I mentioned, to start with 10 farmers operation as it is 2005 and 6. I have seen from a closer distance how to sustain it. Although the project gave about 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, up to 3 lakhs, depending upon the type of enterprises, but it was not sufficient to make them to stand on the own. We started leaking from all the available sources. Even then also it was a difficult job. Then we were able to fight for getting the credit for these people. You know what a banker says? So in any of our records, we don't have any names like association or farmers organization. So how to give a loan for these people? They're not the organizations that are mentioned anywhere in our bank accounts. This is the type of thing they are going to face. Even I was to contact the chairman of that particular bank to convince and enable the farmer to get the loan. It was not an easy job, and the people were to be left on their own. Why I'm telling these things, it requires a strong backup for these people to stand on their own. Once they stand, walk and run, we leave them. But till then, it is required a strong support for them. So these type of arrangements are very much required. Of course, the shared labor concept, which I was mentioned, particularly harvesting, can be enabled if they are being brought under the group. That is also one thing that is going to happen. It may not be intended, but it will happen as a process. Provides national employment opportunities and profit. Of course, we are thinking of providing employment to our people, so much of people are employed. In my considered opinion, if evaluation processing are being taken up at each of the panchayat level, each of the public level, or within the tahsil level, we can provide a lot of employment to the people in the place where they are. Instead of shifting them to bigger cities and other things, creating more of problem, urban problem, other things, there is so much of opportunity in validation processing can be taken up. That is, even in my consideration, crores of people can be provided employment if this is being provided at the grassroots level. Of course, this has been thought out by a closer distance with my very long experience working with the farmers. Then coming to the extension strategy, which is the major focus of this particular seminar. Of course, this is a very vast issue that cannot be discussed in a forum like this in a very short while of time. But still, I'll keep open the topic for you. It is for you to understand, appreciate, and also imagine yourself how the extension work for this particular type of organization should be tailored, which is incidentally being mentioned by our very learned person in this house who has actually made this observation based on his experience. So if you look for it, I tried my best to define the extension strategy. Of course, there are no very much full-fledged definition for this, but I started thinking myself, what is the best way of providing an answer? This is what I have considered. It is efficient use of all the available exchange methods and aids, including ICT, managing efficiently time, funds, and machinery to achieve highest outcome or highest return. If this is being achieved, then the purpose of utilizing the extension methods, aids, formulate, we are using a lot of these ICTs. If that is being used beautifully with the objective of turning out the maximum outcomes and also return, then the objective of extension strategy is being solved. Public extension should empower farmers to importance of farming organized registered group. This is one area where we are not yet very clear who is to lead the FPOs, who is to think of organizing the FPOs. Unless the government of India clearly specifies for a given type of crops enterprises who should take the lead in initiating the FPOs. If this is not being done, left to the people, I tell you, even for decades, this will remain in the literatures but not in the reality. So, for example, if it is going to be agriculture crops, it is the agriculture department with the other related departments to come forward to take lead in organizing it. If it is going to be a horticulture crop, it is the horticulture department which should come lead, which should take the lead to identify the farmers for a given crop in that area and see that they have been encouraged. If it is going to be animal husbandry based enterprises, it is animal husbandry department should take lead in that. If it is going to be sericulture, the sericulture department should take lead in that. If it is going to be plantation crops, it is the plantation department which has to take lead. If it is going to be spices, actually the spices institute should take lead. Like that, we should be able to earmark who should do what. Otherwise, if you leave it on their own, some people by virtue of their initiative they may take it. At that speed, it will take a couple of decades. But if there is a clear vision on who has to take and what, then things becomes easy. And secondly, the KB case. Fortunately, we have 732 KB case as of today in this country. There is a lot of opportunity for every KB case to start at least adopting a couple of FPOs in their own region where they are confident, where they are capable of taking the responsibility of that. If that type of responsibility were to come from different angles, then the scope for the FPOs to be taken at a much speedier is possible. Otherwise, left on their own, left to the people to take on their own initiative, certainly it will take longer time than what is expected. So my considered opinion is this has to be thought of very critically, and this has to be made one policy issue in this emerging seminar, which we are going to indicate later. Of course, initially the individual extension methods has to be used to contact the local leaders, to contact the facilitator, to contact some innovative farmers who are always on the toes to move for some of these type of initiatives. And they should be prepared, they should be educated, they should be encouraged. If they come forward, if they start moving, then it is possible to move all others also together. So this is the way the individual extension methods ought to be used at their various assumptions at the formative stage. Organizing studies to successful FPOs or the successful areas of FPOs is very, very important. Unless people see on their own, even if you talk for days, sometimes they will not get the confidence. They think, oh, it may be possible elsewhere, it may not be working for us. Unless you try to get as much exposure as possible, live arrangement, it is not going to be easy for us to make them to come forward to take it. Because even narration of some successful case studies. In the morning, Dr. Chandrasekhar, the DG, was making a very important observation. One of the alumni was taken up, although at that time after MBA, he was gone for some job. Generally, that is the attraction. But he was made up his mind to take up an FPO, and now he is reneging more than 1,500 crores. I'm not knowing, but he was making a mention. But it is possible if there is a determination. But that will be possible only with some individuals. It may not be always with all the individuals. Then you have to take such experiences, such case studies for the benefit of other farmers, so that they will also get inspired to move forward. Then mass extension contact methods are timely and effectively communicating the information is very essential. And even ICTs have come in a big way now. They should be used very, very timely for energizing the farmers. Once they agree to form the group, functional linkage ought to be established. Once the group, suppose you get up 100 farmers who are willing to take up initially for a given enterprise, then you need to see that who are all the people who are supposed to be brought into linkage has to be thought over, and they should be introduced at that stage only. Many times we start introducing at the tail end, they don't take the responsibility, we have been united for a post-mortem issue. Then what are the players who need to be involved at this point of time? One is, as being discussed in the morning also, the credit institution, which is the district bank and lead bank that district, they should be invited so that they should be interface that there is a FPO like this coming forward, and we need to support that. And what is your views? What is your way of participating? And you allow them to, they should be involved right in the beginning. Then what are the other organization? Maybe a research organization that is required. Maybe a CFTRI, for example, in Canada, we have got an institute called Food Technology, which is a certifying agency. If those food items are not being certified, nobody is going to be there for purchasing. Then how to ensure that? See that they are being linked to that. And these farmers will not be knowledgeable about a premier institute like that. And at the end of the day, when they go for market, there will be a lot of problems. Then who are the other institutions? Which are the development departments? Maybe Department of Agriculture is the one, or if they are taking already lead, then take the advantage of the KVK of the district. If the KVK is taking lead, take the advantage of the concerned department like agriculture, or sometimes the horticulture, if we go to horticulture. See, that type of linkages have to be brought in, including NABARD, because NABARD have a lot of supporting funds, but how they can be channelized, how they can be utilized, left to the people will not be able to know and even move forward for that. And the nodal agency which is taking forward should be able to do all these things around that time. Then, once the organized group becomes functional, ICTs can be used very sparingly for reaching them, updating them, and providing all the requisite information very timely. Then, formation of registered organized group. This is another tough job. Many times we think that FPOs means just organize them, leave them. See, without registering, they will not be considered by any organization for providing subsidy, or providing the NABARD support, or even bank support, so many things. Most of them will not be coming forward. So you have to get them registered. As somebody was speaking in the morning, if you go with the cooperative of registrars, you will get all the FPOs of this country because they have been registered with one or other leverages with this particular institution. Entire country's information will be there with a registered cooperative institution at the national level or at the state level. Then willing farmers should be enrolled to pay the prescribed fee to become the members. Nodal agency need to be educated about the modalities of FPOs, including the names of various office bearers, then nomination election of office bearers by the members of a common place. This is the biggest challenge what we are seeing. Nominating the office bearers, in my opinion, matters of the responsibility in the process of leading the entire FPOs. If there are very good office bearers, directors, then the whole institution will go very comfortably. If you have made any error at this stage, it is just like marrying somebody and ending with problems. I mean, what I'm telling, this is that's a crucial one in the whole process of making the whole FPO successful. So the identification of the very right people and then office bearers for the FPOs becomes very, very crucial. And while nominating the person in the initial stage, the nodal agency has to play a very pivotal role in the whole process. He has to identify who can do the what job. For a president, who is the right person? For a secretary, who is the right person? For a treasurer, who is the right person? If that type of thinking has gone in much earlier, keeping their experience, age, some couple of other background, then it becomes easy for us to run the institution, because the FPOs are to be run on their own after a period of time. And if that is to happen, quality people matters very, very important. If you identify weak people, then really a problem, a challenge will be there. After finalizing the office bearers, FPO has to be registered with the cooperatives, which you all know. And I would like to make a mention here. When we wanted to establish Rural Biofuel Association, most of our members in this house are eligible, visited that. It took 42 rounds of meeting for us to commission that Rural Biofuel Association. And you know, it almost 1 year, 6 months, 18 months it took. And you just imagine how much of follow-up efforts are being done in the process of commissioning this. It's because we wanted to commission a biofuel processing plant that was costing around 12 lakhs. What the project was to give about 2 lakhs only. Now how to mobilize another 10 lakhs. So just imagine, and left to the people, they would not have even gone to the logical aid. But because the institutional support was there, it was able to see the light of the day. So I'm just going to give an experience, but it is for want of time will not be able to take forward. On the other hand, another institution like Job Growers Association, I'm very much proud to make a mention. We started one, and in the state, 10 such associations were started in the span of next 5 to 6 years on their own. We never intervened, they started. Two important things addressed. One is ensuring the good quality seedling for those fellow farmers. Secondly, marketing all the jackfruit being produced in that area is avoiding going to the middleman. They should take in one truckload, give to a place where it's being identified, and it's almost 3/4 was the profit they have got it because they avoided the middleman. It was not a big job, but had they told them to go for processing, it would have been a big job. I don't want to make a mention here because they require a differential arrangement. Then different type of enterprise demands a distinct type of action strategy for their sustainable functioning. I don't say that this is the only way of extension work we have to do to see that the FPOs are being brought forward. There are several combination of extension methods, aids, and SET that need to be used for different types of this enterprises. Then only it is going to be successful. Finally, to sum up, if any questions, other things are there, they are always welcome to ask for me. At current rate, due to division of land holding, most of the farmers will be small and marginal farmers, has already been mentioned, by 2030. Therefore, organized group becomes very essential to ensure food security, even other things. That's what I'm trying to emphasize here. Individually, smallholders find it extremely difficult to sustain the farming. In the process, most of them may shift to alternate vacations. Why vacations are happening in this country? It is because we are not able to provide full-time employment to most of them. If there are more than 3 people, they say, better you go to some place, we can take care of the farm. As a result, migration is taking place. But provide them opportunity in the village, opportunity surrounding place, then it is possible to absorb most of them. So in this context, registered farmers group becomes essential in order to sustain the farming, ensure food and nutrient security of the country. The Farmers Association become very, very essential. Then coming to the extension strategy indicated are only suggestive and not a comprehensive one or exhaustive one, because no extension strategy can be said this is the best one applicable to all types of situations like crops, enterprises, so on and so forth. For a given enterprise, you may have to think about what is the right combination of extension methods. For another crop or enterprise, what is the right way out? So the person, nodal agency, should be able to think about and plan for taking forward. Then respective nodal agency should be able to look at these things and how to go forward. Effective functional linkages becomes very, very important, crucial, which under the secretary was also making mention for the sustainability. So sustainable development FPOs is possible with selection of the right quality office bearers in the initial stage. If you have heard it up, you'll be hearing for the whole of the running of the FPOs. So basically, you have to, at that particular crucial time, you have to identify who are the people who can really take forward the FPOs, and thereby entire FPOs can be made successful. With this, I'm just opening the topic for your information, and you are right, you are invited to ask questions, clarifications of these things, because I had the privilege of working directly with them for my year. I can answer any of these things without any doubts or other things. Certainly, we are happy to invite you to question other things. Now, with this, we request, without again calling you, I request our Dr. Bharat Santaki, my co-chair, to make a presentation. And then we will have a presentation by others. At the end of the day, at the end of this particular session, we look forward for questions and clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir, for an in-depth presentation on the theme by highlighting the issues of small farmers, the need for group formation, the advantages of group formation. And so you also highlighted the various extension strategies that can be taken up at individual, group, and mass level. And as you, sir, rightly said, not a single extension services is like the solution to all, but we need to focus on a pluralistic extension approach. Thank you, sir. With this, I would now like to invite co-chairman for the session, Dr. Bharat Santaki, sir, to deliver the lead speaker speech.
Respected chair, reporters, and very distinguished delegates in the audience, elders in the profession, and colleagues. It's indeed a pleasure and privilege to be part of this very important 3 days national seminar on a theme which is so vital for the progress of agriculture in our country and general welfare of our farmers and farming community. With the kind permission of chair, actually, I have preferred to speak after listening from maybe 2 or 3 speakers who wanted to make the presentation. But now that I am on the dais already, so I'll maybe next 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I'll share some of my thoughts on theme 1. In that, I'm going to focus more on farmer-producer company model, some strategies to promote as viable farmer-led extension model, and that too based on kind of decades of 1 decade of research, maybe 1 decade of research that I and my other colleagues at our academy have done. And based on that, some leads for recommendation for this our work to continue. So we all know, we have very ambitious targets in our agriculture domain. Maybe put by our leaders. We have these 3 important targets for us, for all of us in the agricultural domain. First one is how can we double our farmers' income? In fact, this year is going to be like telling us to what extent we have achieved that. Along with that, we also have very important clarion call to be self-reliant. That means Atmanirbhar Bharat as well as Atmanirbhar Krishna. And then India at 75 brought one more very important target. How can we energize $5 trillion economy? And within that, our agriculture sector is targeted to contribute at least 1/5 of that particular target. So with these 3 strategic, goals in front of all of us, there are a lot of options available. Very high power committees, including Niti Aayog, has given all these options. So one option probably comes very close to what we are discussing in this conference, in this seminar. That is collectivizing our producers. So collectivizing our producers. That means how we can bring together individual farmers who have less bargaining power, facilities, credit access, etc. And these could be in the form of various forms of aggregates, starting from self-help groups, commodity interest groups, farmer interest groups, joint liability groups, all kinds of these groups, and then federating them at appropriate levels to gradually, graduate them as farmer-producer companies. That's the kind of approach which I think is already flagged, and we all know the kind of importance this particular theme has got, even right from the federal government. We have a very ambitious target of formation and promotion of 10,000 FPOs with requisite budgetary support, which was again endorsed in the last budget by our Honorable Finance Minister. No, I think I'm not going to speak much on this because this I think since morning many of our elders and very eminent speakers have spoken much about why we need this collective, farmers collective. But still, this is the reality of Indian farming, predominantly operated by small and marginal holders, constituting more than 80%. Then, with this, what happens is they always have this scale disadvantage in terms of reaping the benefits of coming together or the scale of economy. So that puts a lot of constraints on optimizing on input cost and produce price. They are always at the receiving end on either side when they buy inputs as well as when they sell their produce. Then individually they have low capacity to access and then use technology also, which is again an art fact. So that's why I think right from the year the first assured of this millennium, we gradually started moving towards group-based approach to agricultural extension or extension service, starting from Atmanirbhar. Then consequently, what happens is the result is low productivity and lower income, and this also makes them less credible. So the net result is, with all this, what happens is they are more vulnerable to biotic, abiotic, and market factors, which is in the form of a very vicious circle. So when you look at all these issues, the only option left for us is to bring them together. That's why this particular theme farmer producer organizations has been given a lot of importance in the last 2 decades or so. So here, what I'd like to just capture is by FPO we have various connotations. Just to bring clarity, from the most authentic source, I have taken this definition. Of course, I don't want to read it. Maybe you can read it. But importantly, these FPOs are operating in various forms, starting from societies and trusts, cooperatives, MACs, mutually aided cooperative societies, farmer producer companies. That's the highest form. Then broadly, there are 2 types: legally registered FPOs, farmer producer organization companies, and cooperatives. Now, I think it's interesting to look at how it all started, the movement. So we have a very rich legacy of cooperatives in agriculture, probably dating back to a century. And in some pockets, we are still having those very vibrant cooperatives, particularly states like Maharashtra, where I think very popular Mahagrape, Mahamangoes, Mahana, and sugar cooperatives. So there are a lot of already thriving cooperatives. Similarly, in a state like Karnataka also, there are some belts where cooperatives still endure. And FPOs have been part of agricultural development in India since long. And we have several successful models. The globally acclaimed Amul model, then ISCO, Gripco, sugar cooperatives, Mahamangoes, and the list goes on. But what happened was, everything was okay till some time. But when we went for economic liberalization post WTO, LPG, what we call liberalization, privatization, globalization. So there was a lot of threat pursued for this cooperatives. Probably because of opening up the economy, then we have to stand competition by global players, MNCs. So that started, bringing a lot of uncertainty and vulnerability in this cooperative. And gradually, and unfortunately, a lot of policies also started entering. Then around that time, it took almost a decade to come out with some kind of strategy to overcome these kind of barriers in the cooperative. That's how FPCs, with an amendment in the Indian Companies Act, Section 9A provision for supporting farmer producer companies. That means the producer companies, farmer producer companies, can have the advantages of cooperative as well as enjoy the benefits of a limited liability company, just like any other limited company. Then I think it's very familiar to this August audience. There was a very important committee constituted under the chairmanship of Professor Y.K. Allen, who was the former chairman of University Grants Commission. And based on the recommendations, this particular act and the farmer producer companies were legally started. And the purpose with which they were started was to collectivize small farmers of primary producers, and to foster effective forward and backward linkages, and to ensure collective bargaining power for these agricultures. So these were the 3 simple objectives with which the farmer producer companies were started. Then these are the objectives because given I think some very eminent speakers in morning inaugural session also pointed out, unless we have clarity on what is the objective of forming this farmer producer organization or company, we can't really make progress. So we need to have that clarity on first vision. Like if I start a FPO today, in the next 5 years, I would like to see it. Just as bargaining for inputs and then selling the produce, or at what stage we need to diversify, and then at what stage we need to go global. So like that, all these FPOs should be encouraged to have a clear vision stage. I'm going to share one very important paper towards the end of my presentation, which very beautifully articulates this. Then there are certain key features of this farmer producer company model. It can have multiple objectives, not just aggregating produce and then selling it for a better bargain. It can even go up to value addition, processing, and they are also free to go into domains other than agriculture. It's not, you can start a farmer producer organization. Maybe as a means of diversification, you can enter into textiles, hospitality, and whatnot. And we have evidences in Maharashtra even before this pharma producer company came, around with Dr. Sadamati knows, Kolhapur and then Sangli, those areas. These farmers cooperatives run petrol bunks, they run beautiful hotels. So why not? So that liberty is given in the Act itself. In the area of operation, the entire Indian Union, any part of our country they can operate. So they are from one particular locality, one small district, but they are free to operate depending on their capacity and their niche. The membership is open for any individual group or association, but with the condition that they have to be producers of agricultural goods or services. And then important key feature is shares are not tradable but transferable, unlike in cooperatives. Profit sharing based on volume of business, like to what extent you are contributing the business, based on that you will get the dividend. So with these few preliminary observations on initially FPOs and then the FPCs, let me take you through in the next 5 to 8 minutes on the research that we have done in our academy on this aspect. As I said, we started this, we had a series of 3 successful projects the last decade. We used ex post facto and case study documentation approaches. In terms of sample, we covered 18 pharma producer companies from Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, and Tamil Nadu states, including 500 plus members as office bearers. And the items of investigation that we probed covered profile of members, perceived impact, then perceived effectiveness, business potential, critical success factors, and constraints and suggestions. So, very quick insight into some of the major findings in terms of profile. So, what is interesting to note is majority are in the very productive age group of 45 with the advantage of age as well as experience, with another 37% above 45 years, and representation of younger group less than 35 was slightly less. Maybe as we go, because this study we did almost 7 years back, probably the demographic profile might have changed sometime. Then in terms of farming experience, correspondingly, we have over 40% with more than 20 years experience, another 36 in the range of 10 to 20 years, so like that. Then education was very interesting, educational profile. What we found was 57% of members and office bearers had higher secondary education up to higher secondary, followed by 22% graduates. And the representation of uneducated or illiterate, whatever you call, was very less. Then land holding wise also, marginal and small farmers, they constituted around 44%, 59% majority, but still, there is a lot of potential to increase this percentage. And in terms of value of transactions, annual value of transactions, we had 3 groups. 77% transacted up to 1 lakh rupees annually, whereas another 20% in the range of 1 to 2 lakhs, and very less 3% above 3 lakhs in terms of the transaction through this producer company. And there was a lot of diversity in terms of the kind of services that were provided by the 18 FPOs that we studied, ranging from input supply, agro advisory, procurement, marketing support, credit, and then research linkage. The first 2 rows indicate that majority of these FPOs are providing these kind of services. Whereas when you look at the last row, warehousing was provided by less, 6 out of 14 FPCs that we studied. Value addition and processing, again, less number of FPCs. Then certification, especially for organic farming and all, so very few FPCs were involved. And then export-oriented kind of farming, again very few. That means these are the activity domains where we need to really build their capacity so that they can diversify. That is the one implication we put on based on this particular finding. Then we try to look at the perceived, how the members perceive the overall effectiveness in terms of social as well as economic indicators. in terms of economic indicators. Very interestingly, when the first round of our study for kind of information of the just audience here, we had three kinds of major FPCs. One particular NGO was the FPC, producer company, was promoted by an individual, whereas there were three producer companies promoted by government, especially from the state of Madhya Pradesh, where through this district poverty alleviation program, in a big way, Madhya Pradesh state promoted farmer producer companies. Then there were three producer companies promoted by NGO. Then we did a comparative analysis of the perception of their members in terms of economic indicators, social indicators. What we found was in terms of economic indicators, government promoted producer companies fared much better compared to individual as well as NGO promoted producer companies. Similarly, in terms of social indicators, some of these indicators are listed in the table also. Individual promoted FPCs did much better than government and then NGO promoted producer companies. So this brings us some very interesting lessons. Why was so? When we tried to look more into this particular aspect, this individual promoted, most of the members belong to one particular community. And that's a very unfortunate part of our farming and Indian culture even today. At the grassroots, whether you like it or not, these factors still weigh very heavy. And this is going to be very crucial determinant of what we call as success and sustenance of farmer producer organizations. If time permits, I'll also share my maybe one anecdote towards the end of my presentation to support this particular observation. Then overall effectiveness, as we look into, again, government promoted producer companies did well compared to the other. So with these major empirical findings, we also had a lot of other through focus to this FGDs and other observations. What we found was structurally there was a lot of uniformity among all these 18 FPCs that we studied. But board of directors and CEOs used to call the shots because they are the major custodians for operations as well as activities. Then board of directors act as farmers representatives, which is good. Then POP, that time we used to have this farmer producer organization promoting institutions or resource institutes that were called, had major role in defining the work methods as well as innovations. Then there's promotion organizations, they are known by various names. The naming work currently is cluster-based business organizations. Earlier it was OP, Resource Institute. They had a very pivotal role to play in at least anchoring these FPC initially. Then lack of incentive for CEO and board members was one major constraint in giving their best. Similarly, there was low level of participation by members, which was again not a good sign. This was again linked to they didn't have the conviction what for we have joined and what's our long-term goal, how we are going to benefit maybe in the next 5 years. Except 2 or 3 FPCs when we interacted with them. This was a general observation. So 1 or 2 FPCs which stood out from this observation was the Chetna producer company, which is into this business starting from association, Chetna Organic Farmers Association right here in Telangana, Karimnagar. Even today they are doing well because what they did was they linked their organic cotton to fabric manufacturers in Europe. So dovetailing between some international as well as national. Better cotton initiative. That is one lesson. You start slow, start small, but then have a long-term vision. Maybe after 10 years, we'd like to reach national level, global. Then we had other observations like infrastructure creation. Many FPCs could do with the support from government, NABARD, and other agencies. Services offered, as I said, input and output marketing, processing, sales outlet, these were commonly observed services. Then prospective services, which they wanted to bring in after some time, included facilities, transportation, more on the logistics. And there was a very interesting observation. Those FPCs which concentrated on specialized activities, either single commodity or export oriented or tie up with market functionaries, like retail houses. They did exceedingly well compared to generic kind of FPs. That was again a very important learning for us. Then, in the second phase of our research, we tried to look at the business potential of some of the pharma producer companies in terms of the amount of transaction involved in input procuring, sale of produce per hectare basis. So what we found was most of these pharma producing companies are operating at a very nascent business potential, though they have some potential, but they're accurate. And that can happen only through some measures like diversification or better segmentation, targeting of their customers. Then, as it happens with most of our projects and schemes, it was very difficult to replicate success at local level. Like, one FPC was doing very well right here in Karimnagar, but then a similar kind of FPC working very close by, maybe in Nizamabad, we didn't have that kind of success. The lack of innovation in marketing, they could not compete with existing, big market players. That means they didn't have any unique selling proposition. Then, coupled with absence of networking and tie-up, these really constrained them in taking advantage of supply chain and value chains. Then, some of the major problems included liquidity crunch, which I think to a large extent is being contemplated to be supported in terms of now equity grant and all that, low level of participation of members, and low level of innovation. These were some of the constraints. Now, based on this analysis as well as literature, what I thought to give some leads for recommendations for consideration of this other stuff. The first one is, I think, as an extension strategy, what we need is very aggressive kind of branding, which can come through initially awareness based. Of course, in the last couple of years, there has been a lot of awareness even at farmers level. But then really telling what is the uniqueness of this model, in what way it can benefit them, maybe in the next 5 years. That kind of branding and publicity is required. Then nothing can really compensate for this measure, capacity building. So for bringing or harnessing the true potential of any intervention, I think we need very strong capacity development at all levels. I again repeat, at all levels, it's not just for the farmers or members of this producer organization. In fact, we all need to go capacity development. Because when we talk of aggregating these producer organizations in the form of producer companies, a lot of business acumen we need to drive. And with our kind of orientation in farming, our kind of orientation in academics, it's very difficult to imbibe those business acumens. That means we need an entirely different set of skill sets, knowledge inputs in terms of business models, financial literacy, digital literacy, conflict management and resolution, how to manage socio-political dynamics at the operational level. Because the history is an evidence. Those organizations started off very well, but because of some internal conflicts driven out of this socio-political reason, they fizzled out. And then importantly, there are a lot of legal aspects involved in formation as well as operating and maintaining and sustaining this producer organizations. We need to have a lot of acumen on these aspects. Then I think today morning also in the environment section, there was a point made by our honorable chief guest of inaugural function, Secretary Saab. How can we connect FPOs with entrepreneurial ecosystem? Importantly, we have a large number of this agri clinic and agri business center operators throughout the country, and also startup people. So towards this end, what we started at the academy, we are trying to rope in our KVT system to build their capacity, and we're also trying to groom our pre-business management graduates through a unique program which we call as Business Bootcamp. So what we do is we attack groups of students with one FPO for a duration of 15 days months. So the advantage is they go and study, they get some kind of insight which will help us empirically analyzing, and then trying to understand more intricacies of this. And secondly, when they graduate, at least they know something about the ground realities of the now. So how can we connect our prospective entrepreneurs, our graduates, with these FPs or FPOs? I would even go on to the extent of bringing out one maybe thought for recommendation. Can we make it a very important component of our RAWE program at the graduate level in our agricultural education curriculum? Of course, our students are spending anywhere close to 3 to 4 months in villages. So as a part of that, can they be with an FPO or FPC or maybe a successful society for at least 1 month? Then inclusion and coverage of marginalized regions and then women particularly. Right now, there are some FPOs exclusively manned and operated by women. I'd like to cite one very classical case. Just about 80 kilometers from Hyderabad, we have a place, small place called as Adankal on the Bangalore highway. And on the highway itself, they have a small restaurant where most of the taxi buses stop for breakfast and lunch and dinner service. But the interesting part is that restaurant is run by a women's group known as Adarsha Mahila Samiti. Started as SSG, self-help groups, but then they federated them at mandal and then at district level. Of course, initially it was handheld by ICRISAT and some other organizations to the university. So today, the diversification extent you can't even imagine. They run a small apparel shop, garment shop, and all the produce they are selling there are manufactured by women groups. They have a small dairy cooperative. And we went for one exposure, we took one group of our trainees to that particular place. And as usual, we had a lot of interaction. But then when we were about to complete, then one actually, in fact, entire narration about the society, their story was narrated by some middle-aged 2-3 women. They are so passionate to tell their story. So unless we bring that kind of passion in the members, sense of ownership, it's very difficult to see. But the real turning point during our visit was, we are about to leave. Then the same 2 ladies, they said, sir, we have given 2 hours time from our busy schedule to you. So it has to be compensated by monetary terms. So it pays for our 2 hours. That kind of financial human. Nothing is free. And they created a very modest facility, but never it is free. They even wish to rent out those facilities for momentary parties to operate. That's then importantly, I think very unfortunately now, if you look into different sources of data on number of FPCs, there is a lot of contradiction. Of course, on ministry website, you will find out some number. Then NABARD, you will have some other number. So unless we create a very strong database, because data is wealth. And towards this end, I think Tata Company Institute, India, they are doing some work on this. I could also look into their website, dashboard and all. And if Dr. Prabhu Pingal is addressing today afternoon, I think will definitely throw more content. Then I think incubation support too. Like, why don't we consider the FPC, the FPOs as a part of startup ecosystem? If we have some innovative ideas, we need to nurture and promote. Then few concluding thoughts. I think this paper I read just 2 days back, a very, I think, eye-opening kind of paper written by Professor Tushar Shah of MV. So he has given four broad strategies following our classical group dynamics approach: forming, storming, norming, performing, sustaining. And probably we also need to add one more. What should be the exit strategy for some underperforming or non-performing activity? So I think in all true sense, this is the real meaning of agriculture, and those involved day in and day out in agriculture that are farmer beliefs. So I'd be very happy to take some observations, comments, and critics with this. I thank the organizers, Director General Manage and his team, our International Society of Extension Education, President, Secretary Sir, also for making me part of this wonderful learning.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the various issues and recommendations to a decade-long study. Before we start the presentations of the paper, the House is open for 5 to 10 minutes to have a discussion on the presentations given by our keynote speaker and as well as lead speaker. So the House is open for discussion and any questions can be taken. Please.
Yeah, now the issues, there are only speakers.
We have three speakers. Three speakers and speakers. The confirmed are three speakers.
So should we take it up once for all the questions? Because there may be some overlapping. Of the three speakers going to give the presentation, possibly we can have the final question. Because there may be some overlapping questions. Okay, please. Let's go with the next three speakers.
So with the permission of the chair, we'll start the presentation of the papers. But before starting the presentation, I would like to sort out some rules for the presenters. The time limit will be 8 minutes given to each presentation for concluding their presentation as well as conclusion, followed by 2 minutes of discussion by the chair. So only presentations will be given 8 minutes.
And 2 minutes for conclusion.
And 2 minutes for the concluding the presentation. So 10 minutes in total, after which the discussion will begin in the next. Okay. So we'll like to invite the first paper.
After 8 minutes of discussion, after 8 minutes of presentation, we give a read so that they have to jump to the conclusion part, and within 2 minutes they have to complete the presentation. So then after question answer session will be there. So session will be open for the House. They can ask the question and the presenter has to answer. And this way we'll conclude the presentations. Thank you.
So I would like to invite the first paper, which is serial number 5 in your schedule. Paper entitled Extension Strategies and Tools of Competitiveness for FPOs, an analytical study, co-authored by Hema Yadav, Manisha Paliwal, and Dr. Sagar Wadkar. So I would like to invite Dr. Sagar Wadkar to present his first presentation, which will be an online. Dr. Sagar Wadkar.
Yeah. No access.
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir, we
now.
can hear you.
Yeah. No. I was waiting for that only, giving access. Yeah. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir.
We are hearing you.
Yes. Good to know. Yeah. Just to confirm. Yeah. Slide is changing. Second slide.
The slides are not visible yet, sir. So you have to select the sharing one while sharing the screen.
So is it okay now?
Full screen mode, sir.
Yeah, full screen I'm doing. Is it okay now?
Yeah, you are trying to visible. You can go ahead. I think we can go to the next one.
Fine. Okay. Okay. So thank you, respected chair, co-chair, rapporteur, and delegates of the dais, on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all in this first oral paper presentation for the theme 1 on extension strategies as a tools of competitiveness for FPOs. So at the outset, I would like to thank Manage and NC team for giving this opportunity. So the outline of my presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Before presentation, go on to slideshow mode so that the screen will be bigger.
Actually, when I'm doing slideshow mode, that the slide is not changing. So I better stick to the normal view.
Okay, sir, kindly go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is the outline of my presentation. So first I'll spend some 2-3 minutes quickly on the setting the context for my presentation, though it is already set, but just to build on the perspective for this research paper, followed by literature review, objective findings and conclusion. So yes, the Honorable Prime Minister has given that clarion call of this Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is culminated of these different international and national goals from MDGs to SDGs, achieving $5 trillion economy and so on and so forth. But when we look at the agriculture, yes, at the heart of it, the smallholders,
having less than 2 hectares of cultivable land, and then every year almost 15 to 20 lakh farmers are getting converted from more than 2 hectares to less than 2 hectares, and because of the land divide, and by default they are vulnerable to these different the factors, whether it is a lower scale of operation, access to different resources, and so on and so forth, and nowadays the climate change. So despite the fact, because of the cumulative effort, we could achieve this success in the form of different revolution, which I see it as the brighter side of Indian agriculture. This is the another side of the coin, that is the darker side of Indian agriculture. If you see the food loss, which is happening farm gate to consumer, right, across these different commodities. So around 92,000 crore rupees we are losing. But interestingly, when we look at the milk, probably because of the dairy cooperative ecosystem which we have, so it implies that if we have a commodity specific value chain, then probably we can minimize this loss. So there is a great potential to have a commodity specific value chain in the form of collectivization. So just to conclude, during last 74 years, yes, a clear-cut paradigm shift we can see that is moving from agriculture to agribusiness, where we have shifted from subsistence farming to nowadays high-tech farming, which is nothing but the precision agriculture. But when you look at from the farmer's perspective, it is more of on the product orientation during 40s to 80s. And when we have had that economic reform, that is nothing but the LPG era, since then the output orientation could start, but it could not reach to the last mile person sitting at the last corner of the country. But yes, thanks to COVID in that sense, that it came with the blessing in disguise, because of which the actual realization of the output marketing started, output orientation started, and the many FPOs cooperative played very much important role. Secondly, they could also realize that when they participate in the marketing, that is forward linkages, then they can get more profit, more share out of the consumer share, consumer rupee. Second most important, they realize the market forces, they realize the consumer taste and preference. So the answer lies in the collectivization. So any form of collective form of organization through which we can give the collective bargaining power, so that we can economize the scale of production, and most importantly, give access to capital, technology, talent, and then market. So as a multi-pronged approach, Government of India came with these different social enterprise. Initial 3 are the different forms of social enterprise. That is century-old model, which we are aware about it. That is the cooperatives. But unfortunately, this cooperative movement got trapped between the nexus of the political parties on one hand side and then bureaucracy on the other hand side. But yes, we use this cooperative model as a socio-economic vehicle. And post-economic reforms, the movement got declined, and then most importantly, the autonomy and independence got diluted, which is the third principle of this cooperatives. Though we have had the women cooperatives, but largely women were excluded from the cooperative movement, and because of which, to achieve the gender equality, we came up with this new concept brought from the Bangladesh, that is SHGs, and this, which is now being institutionalized under the NRLM scheme of MORD. Now coming to the third social enterprise model, which is the 21st century model, that is the FPO, particularly FPC, which is a new legislation, and then the hybrid model, which based on the principles of the cooperative and then farmers producer company, which we can discuss subsequently. And then lastly, the Government of India is also promoting the startup in a very big way, right? So a lot of enabling ecosystem has been created for the startup, which is not in the case of, as of now, for the cooperatives and then FPO, except promotion and formation of new FPOs. And many studies have demonstrated the benefits of it. Going further deep into it, these 2 forms, and that's how we have been talking about this cooperative and then FPC. So yes, on the other hand, on one hand side, we have this credit cooperative, extreme left side. So already we have packs, 97,000 packs, which is fundamentally, conceptually, the FPO, aggregate federated at DCCBs, District Central Cooperative Bank, and State Cooperative Bank. So this is the entire ecosystem through which we are giving that refinancing, that is the crop loan to the farmers. Non-credit cooperative, within the non-credit cooperative, the dairy cooperative movement, that is the around primary dairy cooperative society, district, and then union. So this is the organically evolved 3-tier structure, wherein The clear-cut SOPs have been mentioned, that is aggregation at the primary level, then processing, and then marketing, which was we replicated this model. Now, as I said, the movement got trapped between the nexus, but yes, in the 21st century model, that is FPO. So within FPO, let's talk specifically the FPC. So there are different approaches followed by the promoting institution. It could be 10 farmers and then the registration, or could be the groups, or could be both the combination. But based on our study and the number of observation which we have found that the group-based approach is yielding positive result, and then federated at the FPOs. That is, so almost before this 10K announcement, already we have 9,000 FPOs, and then top-driven approach, SFSC thought of let's have one state-level producer company in so that can play as a policy advocacy role, and besides the facilitating business activities for the FPOs. So based on our observation and in another study, it was found that already out of these 8, only 3-4 are functioning very well. Maha FPC is the first amongst, and then Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat. West Bengal, it's already defunct. But the point here I would like to highlight, difference, if you look at these two models, difference lies in the regulatory structure. The fundamental problem which was there in the cooperative model, the autonomy and independence got diluted because of that nexus. So to overcome that, we have these, one of the objective, to overcome that, we have these FPC model. So it is completely independent and autonomous body, comes under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Register of Company. So there is no any interference as in the case of cooperatives. But fundamentally, the challenges remain same, streamlining the both backend and streamline. One more aspect which the FPC also could not address, that is the infusion of capital. Only farmers can purchase the shares. Other private investments are not allowed. Moving ahead, so the focus is more on the creating social capital. Yes, it is going on the target-driven mode. Yes, through the target-driven mode, we can achieve the numbers, but how we can make them functional, competent, sustainable, how we can create that kind of enabling ecosystem is an issue. So we have a proxy indicator based on our the study, that is the matching equity grant. As we all are aware that the matching equity grant scheme is there since 2014. So if you look at the figure, so the only 756 FPC could get the matching equity grant. Very basic criteria, only 50 members they should have, 33% smallholder they should have, 18 months viable plan, and very quantified criteria. Out of all the paid-up capital,
so you're requested to conclude the presentation. The last one.
Sorry?
So you're requested to conclude the presentation.
Yeah. So only 5%, okay, fine. And then second important proxy indicator, that is the credit guarantee cover. 247 FPCs could get the credit guarantee cover. So many studies have found out, reported that yes, there is an issue in terms of sustainability of these FPOs. So how effective extension strategies will lead to the competitiveness in FPO? That was our pain point for taking this study. And then we also followed one theoretical framework of competitiveness. We followed the case study approach to examine both the business model and then extension strategies deployed by the promoting institution. For that, we have purposely selected the Savitribai Phule Goat Farmer Producer Company and data collected through both primary and secondary data. So this is the snapshot of these Savitribai Phule Goat Farmers Producer Company. So total member 1,000 plus, covering 30 villages. They have a 7 board of directors, 10 management staff. And if you look at the governance practices, yes, they are conducting regular board meeting and AGM. And the turnover, if you could see, starting from the inception year, 3.34 lakhs to now in the last year, 1.7 crores. So they have a very diversified, product portfolio based on the goat milk, and they have a brand called Sahaj. This is their product line. So goat milk, live goat, vermicompost, vermiwash, cheese, yogurt. So they got credit guarantee cover from NAP Kisan for starting the manufacturing plant on goat milk, based on which they are now manufacturing cheese and yogurt. So this is about the promoting institution. So I'll skip that part. I'll come to the strategies part. So what we understood that this Yuva Mitra, the promoting institution, so they have their own credibility in that area, and then approach which they followed, that makes a lot of difference. So yes, the process-driven approach they have followed, and very interestingly, they have mapped the aspirations of the farmer. That is where basically the many FPOs are lacking. So they don't have that kind of a vision, what exactly they want to do through this FPO as a business and economic enterprise. So that aspiration mapping played very much important role, followed by the sensitization and social mobilization through the use of the proactive youth. And through them, basically, they have converted the unfelt needs of the farmers into a felt needs, and then, developed a business plan. Concept clarification and understanding role is also very much important. Me, as a member, what should be my role as a board of director? What should be the role? Exposure visit, seeing is believing. We know that participated decision making. So they have used most of the PRA techniques for the participative planning and decision making. Training and capacity building is very much important. Most importantly, which they have developed as an NGO, they have limitations to extend the technical know-how. Last 2 minutes. Extend technical support. So they have tied up with the ICR Central Institute of Research.
Last 1 minute, please kindly continue the presentation, sir.
Last 1 minute. Then for Credit Connect, so they have facilitated the business plan development. Plus for the Market Connect is also very much important. So they have tied up with one of the private company in Tamil Nadu state, and then tied up with the local vendor and then retailers. Reverse accountability is also one very important aspect which we need to understand. So the promoting institution is equally accountable for the sustenance of these FPOs vis-a-vis the board of directors and then members. So with this, I think I'll stop here. I'm happy to take some of the questions.
Thank you, sir.
It's a good presentation, Dr. Saga. We'd like to take questions at the end of the total session. Okay, be available for questions also. Please, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I would like to inform the next presentation is by Dr. Gali Basavara, sir. And the title of the presentation has changed a bit. It is FPOs in Karnataka, Challenges and Prospects for Sustainability, which has been co-authored by Gali Basavara, Ashok S. Alus, Itiki Prabhakar, Rashmi Alias, and Shama Patil and Anil Gavar. The presentation will be given by Gali Basavara, sir.
Good afternoon. Preeti, can you give me access to share the content?
Give me a second, sir.
Yeah, before she gives, respected chair, co-chair, rapporteurs, and dignitaries for the seminar, I thank manager and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present the findings of the study on challenges and challenges and prospects for sustainability of farmer producers organizations in Karnataka. Primarily, this study is based on the survey that was conducted in Karnataka from 40 FPOs. I'm primarily going to share the findings of the presentation. This survey was done during the capacity building training programs that we conducted, and also through telephonic interviews and in-person interviews. Okay. Preeti, have you given access?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you share? Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, we are visible.
Okay. So quickly, again, the title of my presentation is Farmer Producers Organizations in Karnataka: Challenges and Prospects for Sustainability. Before I go with the actual findings of the study, quick one-liner about the Institute, Center of Excellence for Farmer Producers Organization. I am Basuraj, presently working as Deputy Director, Center of Excellence for Farmer Producers Organizations in Karnataka, Government of Karnataka. So basically, Center of Excellence for Farmer Producers Organization is first of its kind in the entire country, primarily to handhold FPOs promoted by different development departments in the state of Karnataka, primarily hosted by Department of Agriculture and University of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot. So this particular organization is set up under Karnataka Societies Registration Act of 1960. It's an autonomous organization working for the welfare and development of farmer producers organization. Primarily, we want to see to it that these FPOs become entrepreneurs and enable them to develop their businesses. Okay, this is our vision for FPOs in the state of Karnataka. Directly going to the objectives. So if you look at the objectives, sufficient food for thought have already been given by the chair and the co-chair and also the first speaker. I don't go into the objectives which have been already discussed. To quickly highlight again, so primarily the objective of FPOs or FPCs, I'm not going into the challenges, have been in terms of manage and sustain development for rural economy, for better liquidity, establish market linkages, technology transfer and handholding farmers, and primarily help them develop into entrepreneurs. That is the primary objective of establishment of farmer producers organizations. So in terms of activities, again, sufficient points have been already spoken about activities that are expected from these FPOs and FPC, both by the chair and the co-chair, in terms of supplying production of quality inputs, farm mechanization, developing business plans, value addition, processing, that develop in income enhancing activities could be honey, could be mushroom, or it could be nursery development. These are the activities that are expected primarily to enhance their income. Again, another important activity is aggregation of the output so that, you know, some sort of value addition and direct market linkages or direct market connects can be established in terms of exports or directly to the consumers. Okay, so these are some of the activities that were expected from the FPOs that were registered in across Pan India or specifically to Karnataka. Now, what is happening in the current situation is primarily, you know, with this background, so primarily FPOs were expected to do those activities, but what is happening on ground is primarily, if you look at the FPOs that have been created, so this has been primarily a targeted, target-driven approach. The reason why I tell is now today Pan India we have a central sector scheme which says that the formation and promotion of 10,000 FPOs in Karnataka. Similar in India, similarly in Karnataka also, government of Karnataka launched FPO policy in 2018. So the policy or the vision of the state is to primarily promote one FPO per Hubli. Hubli is a small, lesser than a taluka level. So per Hubli, Karnataka government has a vision of promoting one FPO, aggregating about 5 lakh farmers in a period of 3 years. So that is one scheme that was recently launched by government of Karnataka. And apart from that, now on August 15, 2021, as part of Amrut Mahotsav celebrations, government of Karnataka initiated one more scheme, which is referred to as Amrut Producer Organization launch. So primarily the government of Karnataka envisages that another 3 years, government of Karnataka encourages for promotion of 750 FPOs and POs in the state of Karnataka across 3 development departments, primarily agriculture, animal husbandry, fisheries, and textiles and handlooms. Okay, so a lot of emphasis and promotion has been given. Primarily, this has been a top-down approach. The reason why I'm saying top-down approach is there is no need like based approach. Primarily, that it has to be a bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach, I mean, the demand should come from the farmers in terms of promotion, wherever there is opportunity for business, wherever there is opportunity for enhancing the income of the farmers. So only if there is need, then we need to promote. Unfortunately, what has happened is it has been a top-down approach. Second thing is now whatever we are seeing is in the current scenario, most of the FPOs are dependent on the governmental support that is provided in terms of management costs, which has been given both under state scheme, under RKVA, under central sector scheme. Apart from that, NABARD has also promoted about 300 odd FPOs in the state of Karnataka. So primarily, these FPOs are dependent on the government support rather than looking at the sustainability. Third is in terms of sustainability, there is a lot of struggle primarily in terms of their survival. That is one situation that has happened. One other important existing situation is in terms of statutory compliances, because all these FPOs are registered in the Companies Act. So most of them are unable to comply with the Companies Act, and they are not complying with the acts of the companies. third important situation that we are observing is they are not able to get credit. I will discuss in detail about this in the next slide. And finally, they are unable to access, though there are a lot of governmental schemes for promotion of FPOs, both in India and Karnataka. They are not, they are unable to access these schemes. Okay, coming to the challenges. So one important challenge is that I want to highlight is ownership. When I say ownership, so these FPOs are primarily farmer-based owned companies. So when I say farmer-owned based companies, they are the primary shareholders. They are the primary producers. So they own this company, but unfortunately, they are not aware that the company belongs to them. So unless until that they have this belongingness that the company is there, they need to transact with the FPO. Only if they transact with the FPO can do business. When FPO can do business, they can make profits, and the profits can be distributed in the form of dividends. Unfortunately, the awareness is not there. They have contributed in terms of share amount, but they're not aware why they have contributed to the share money. Apart from the share, so basically the FPO requires investment for doing business. Apart from investment, the members have to give the produce for FPO to do business. Unfortunately, the FPOs are not transacting with the FPOs primarily because they don't own the institution. Second important challenge is in terms of governance, again, which has been highlighted by the other speakers.
Next 2 minutes, the kindly review the presentation in next 2 minutes.
I will do that. So basically, in terms of governance, there are several challenges: conflict resolution, coordination, lack of coordination between board of directors and CEO. So CEO says something, board of directors say something, and CEO selection and retention, absolutely there is no clarity. So for many of the CEOs, the FPOs have been a stopgap arrangement. There's a lot of attrition, so the CEOs are not qualified enough in terms of could be business. So many of the CEOs are like, could be PUC fail, SSLC fail, or in some cases there are good CEOs, but in majority of the FPOs they are not qualified. And many of the CEOs, though are qualified, they are overburdened with the activities, meaning they are doing accounts, they are doing compliances, they are doing business, they are managing the activities of several activities. So they are overburdened, and finally, many of the CEOs are not willing to work on the village landscape. So these are some of the challenges in terms of governance. So non-participation of BODs in the meeting. So according to the Compliances Act, every year they're supposed to do 4 meetings, but unfortunately the BODs, the board of directors, do not participate in the meeting, and hence they are not able to develop business plans and contribute to the businesses of FPO. Lack of accountability. So interference of RI in the governance of FPO. Primarily what is happening is now that for first 3 years, the resource institutions, once they handhold, they are continuing with the activities, and when they do that, they have a lot of interference in the FPO functioning. So thereby, the FPO is not having autonomy. Okay, in terms of capacities, board of directors and CEOs lacked, awareness, capacities, or knowledge on, how to comply with the Compliance Act of companies. Accounting and auditing procedures, they are not aware. So financial management, they are not aware. How to establish business linkages and market linkages, soft skills, how business pitch, business talks. Most of these FPOs are lacking on these aspects in terms of capacity. Coming to the access to credit, which is a very, very critical component for FPOs, is so though several schemes have been launched in terms of giving access to credit, that is in terms of establishing NBFCs, NAB Kisan, Samunati, all these non-banking financial institutions have been especially established for FPOs for accessing credit. But unfortunately, on ground, what has happened is they are unable to access credit primarily because these strict lending requirements in terms of positive balance sheets, credit history, good credit history, along with that huge interest rates that are charged by these non-banking financial institutions. Second important limitation in terms of access to credit is primarily in terms of though credit guarantee scheme is available, many of these FPOs are not able to access this credit because of lack of stringent. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll wind up. Asset creation is another important challenge, and establishing business and market linkages has been another important challenges for these FPOs in terms of the sustainability. Only if we address some of the issues, primarily in terms of establishing market linkages, working capital requirements, infrastructure bottlenecks, addressing infrastructure bottlenecks. So only then we'll be able to see to it that FPOs in the long run become sustainable. So with this, I conclude my presentation. I thank organizers once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Biswal. Good presentation. We'll get back to you for question clarifications at the end during the be in the line. We'll go to the next speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. The last paper presentation for theme 1 is need assessment of farmer producer organizations for potato, onion, and tomato, co-authored by Dr. Manoj Kumar, Vikram Jyoti, Ajay Rao, and R.R. Gupta. Dr. Manoj Kumar will be presenting the paper. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon.
Sir, before you start the presentation, kindly keep the presentation within 8 minutes and conclude in the next 2 minutes. So total minutes, 10 minutes for the presentation, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. I am Dr. Manoj from Central Institute of Agriculture in Bhopal, and my title of the presentation is Need Assessment of Farmer Producer Organizations for Potato, Onion, and Tomato in India. So under this, we will have introduction on FPO and that are engaged in marketing of potato, onion, and tomato, and the methods how we have assessed state level production in state level, and we have compared. Yes.
No, sir, kindly keep the mic nearer and be a bit louder.
Yes, am I not audible?
जोर से बोले.
Okay. So, and under methodology, we have taken secondary data and we have made production level for each state, and accordingly how many FPO are there engaged in marketing of potato, onion, and tomato. And coming to already we know what is FPO, and in this present paper we have assessed the status of FPO engaged in perishable and important vegetable crop like tomato, potato, and onion in different states of India. And here state-wise number of FPOs for tomato, potato, onion have been assessed and compared with production level of the states. And as we have 3 crops, so it is not possible to make ranking of the states. So we have combined these 3 production into a single index by using principal component analysis. So already we know say 70% of farmers, 70% of population depends indirectly or directly on agriculture, and almost 82% are marginal that have less than 1 acre of land, and micro land holding restricts mixed farming and innovative approaches for crop cultivation. So if farmers have less land, they cannot go for fisheries, animal husbandry, and other mixed farming practices. And also some farmers already have well-established market to sell their produce and use existing organization like cooperative organization, self-help group, or other society. But small farmers have not this facility, and small farmers have difficulty in getting established market, and they prefer marketing system favorable to their conditions. So in recent years, already we know there is a great concern regarding high and fluctuating cost of fruits and vegetable, and the share of farmers' price in the consumer price is low. In a study conducted in Ahmedabad, it is around 41 to 69% share of farmer price for vegetable, and it is for fruit crop it is around 25 to 53%, and Farmer share, it's vary from 85 to 90%, where farmers deal directly to consumers. A study conducted by Imtiaz and Sony, they reported that net profit of the producer declined significantly with the increase in number of middlemen in the marketing supply chain. So many studies have been conducted of FPO, like in Northeast state, Kakati reported that farmer producer organizations have been performing poorly in terms of solvency, efficiency, and profitability and overall performance. And Chariulu et al., they discussed status of proposed and functional FPO in Andhra Pradesh and found that almost half of the FPO sponsored by government organization and nearly about 43% by non-government organization. And there are so many issues related to FPO, but major one are dominating role of middleman in the markets, no formal working capital support, and high interest rate from bank. So basically in this paper, we have taken three crop, and we in the state-wise we have made ranking of a state, and we all three crop we have combined into a single index yielding principal component. And similarly, we have a number of FPO engaged in marketing of this product state-wise. So, and we have compared these FPO with production level of each state. So, secondary data we have we have taken from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and the state-wise total number of FPO and FPO engaged in marketing of onion, potato, and tomato is taken from SFAC. And in construction of composite index, we have used Kumar method of principal component that is used in conversion of combining several index into a single index. So basically these are approaches. First of all, we have p-dimensional data, then we calculate variance covariance matrix, and we find eigenvalue and principal components of that variable. So here in our case we have three crops, so we have correlation matrix of 3 by 3 order, and similarly we have three principal components and three lambda, and by using
kindly skip off this methodology. They are not required at this point. So go to the findings directly.
Okay. So results show that more than 50% of FPO for vegetable located in only 4 states like Maharashtra, Karnataka, West Bengal, and Odisha. And we have made ranking based on percentage of FPO engaged in each crop. So states like Karnataka, West Bengal, Maharashtra, Odisha, these are under high, and these are the list of states that are under medium. And you can see the states like Assam, Meghalaya, these are under low on the basis of percentile. This is percentage of FPO engaged in, and we have similarly we have constructed vegetable production index. This is production level. So we have categorized all states in 3 categories: high, medium, low, based on the 75th percentile and 25th percentile. So you can say you can see states like Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, these are under high category, means their production level is high, and states like Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, Punjab, these are under medium category, and states like Tripura, Sikkim, Nagaland, these are under low category under production level. So here we have a comparison between production level and percentage of FPO engaged in potato, tomato, and onion. So we can say that in case of West Bengal, then Maharashtra, then
the presentation in next 2 minutes.
Karnataka, it is production level matches with percentage of FPO, but in some states it's different. So coming to conclusion, here we see that states like Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, and Bihar, where production level were high, and but the percentage of FPO were under medium category. Thus, there is still opportunity to increase number of FPO engaged in marketing of vegetable in these states. And however, in the states like Rajasthan, Odisha, and Haryana, where the level of FPO were high in spite of medium production level. So this can be helpful in setting policy priority regarding formulation of farmer producer organization. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Manoj Kumar.
Yes.
Presentation was very good. We look for questions right from the first presentation to the last presentation, or if there are any questions of common nature, it's also good. Can be happy to react to those things right from one side and also from the other honorable speakers. Thank you. Now it's open for questions. Yeah, okay. The last first. Little louder.
Villages are very difficult to mobilize. Incentive and it on base of cars, plus and reach. So mobilize electric action and mobilization. So how can we overcome to mobilize all at one level? Second, mission about the promotion of fuel in a village area. So mostly promoted by the NABARD and SSC are they just choose by the random director. They are not really board of director are not much educated or ethical, but they are just farmers. They are very difficult to understand. That's my observation from the Maharashtra in so how can we overcome these challenges to the FPOs and how can we take new innovation to the collective actions and mobilize farmers, make inclusive FPO to the development of agriculture? Thank you.
That's a very interesting and relevant question at this point of time. Originally, it is directing to me only, if I am correctly understood, because although it centers on others also. The point of question that you raised is when there is so much of strata in the social system, how to bring them together is a big challenge. Large farmers, medium farmers, villa farmers. The cash wise also there is a big problem. Yet another thing that is bothering more than all other things today is the political divisions. The political divisions are so strong, it is difficult to bring them together. At least in the yesteryear, we had some function of bringing them together for some reason, enterprise combination or other thing. Now, because of the political intervention, if there's a one party coming together forward for enterprise promotional FPO, the other party it is not there. They at least they do not keep long enough in making this whole thing to be successful. They start creating problems, thinking that the more votes may go to that side. This is the type of issue that is really bothering. But the philosophy behind this is that we are trying to bring such farmers who are as far as possible away from this state, who are willing to come for their improvement, for their development. If this is being properly educated, empowered, and it's a slow process, naturally, this cannot happen in one visit or one discussion, other thing. Maybe that's why I told when we wanted to have a just simple biofuel association, when 42 rounds of meeting, spread over for 18 months. Right? There is such a low cost intervention. But if you want to go for a high cost intervention, where there is a high profile of farmers are going to participate, really it's a big challenge. But it's not an impossible one where we need to look at how to bring these sets of people together. We should be also good enough to tell. See, if you want political background, politicalism, you keep those things far away. And so long you want to develop in this particular way, professional enterprise, these are all required. And if you come with all those things, naturally it will be difficult for you to move on. So if these things are being made very clear right in the beginning, then the scope for hanging up any of these things can be minimized, but it cannot be totally erased. That also you have to keep in the back of the mind. Because the Indian system is like that. We have to understand the system. So it is possible. It takes some time, and unless we give equal opportunity to for recognition, encouragement, and also seek their moving forward, then it becomes easy for us to take them forward. Okay. Okay, anything, any questions? Yes, Eric, please start. Mindfully, please give him.
So I have PG Srinivas. Basically a farmer. Now I am working towards this.
Where you are from?
From
Coimbatore. Very good. Okay.
So for the last 2-3 years, I have been farmers at the grassroots level. So what I observed is there is no coordination among the agriculture department functioning at this year. The agriculture, agriculture, lot of departments are there, but individually they are approaching the farmers and taking their tasks. So I was a previous lead bank manager also. So I initiated a concept like a liaison officer for all these departments. So I visited all the department heads. Mostly they are like Julius employees. So I have to get their support. So I have created a small center where I told all the departments, including bank. So your target will be farmer. So individually you are approaching, I will be a meeting agency for you. Why can't you? I will select the farmers, I will mobilize the farmers, you select your target. Really, I'm happy to say that it started to function. The support of all the department. Your department is really finding it difficult to achieve their targets. For example, FPO also, they have started with FPG and all. It's target only. So simply these people at the field level, AOs and all will come and do influence the farmers, they will take the last list from them. These people will give list and other card. And FPO start, FIG start, FPO start. At the grassroots level, farmers are not knowing what is FPO, the FIG. And really I'm seeing a plan, I'm discussing about the untitled farmers groups in various states. In Kerala, Gujarat, in different places. A lot of members in Tamil Nadu particularly, they don't know they are the members of it. Only board of directors, I'm sorry to say, some of the FPOs are fake. They are binaries. Only board of directors, 2-3 people are influential people, they are replacing all the funds and they have started their own means. Out of 100 FPOs in Tamil Nadu, I can say more than 75% of it is in the record. And people have a security department, they themselves got so many FPOs, they have achieved of that. This is a real base level problem. I don't know, as the chairman of the seminar told, it is possible if field level functionaries are little bit dedicated and committed. Otherwise, if we simply given body of the simply giving us a government institution and some targets, it will not go in the wrong way. Because during 99, when SHG started being implemented, I was the lead bank manager. At that time, I was little hesitant. Taking 2 ladies to approve this very difficult. Then how can we make it 12 ladies and 20 ladies? So I was drastically commenting on this group's SHG concept. But now I feel it's really working well after the initiation of so many methods. But again, now it has been, sorry to say, politicized, lot of issues are coming. But this concept, because I started working on IRDP till date, but I feel this is a good concept, FPO concept. If it is really every member is dedicated and involved, it will make a big change. But that field level has to be. I mean,
Yeah, what you said is very much true. This should not be a target-oriented program. That should be underlined. That should be thought over seriously by all people at all levels. It's not at the implementing level. It should be at the top level also. They should understand. If you want to indicate a target-oriented program like this, our national people are very good in getting the information so that they can submit to the government. They started like this much 100, even 200 like that. It's not an easy, difficult one. But they should do it in letters break, which we are going to establish. And educating them, letting them, empowering them is the most crucial part of the whole program. That's what I was trying to emphasize. That is the starting point. If they are not being properly educated, if they are being just in a blanket, what to tell, oh, you're going to get this much of benefit, your income will double, all those things. This is only a short-term change, and one Friday, whole thing will get collapsed. So, better, although it's going to be a slow process, although it's going to be a difficult process, although it's going to be a complex process, but we should take it as a challenge, and with all the emotions commitment should be taken once you have a strong foundation, nobody can shake it up. It's like a weak building. The foundation be weak, it will fall either today or tomorrow. But if the strong foundation is very strong, nobody can disturb it. You know, like a big tree, there is no problem. This is what we are not doing. This is what the reality. Okay.
Actually, a lot of educational institutions, they got us projects. All the educational institutions, irrespective of education or different college, the students libraries can be separately rewarding better because they are separately good educated.
Yeah, whatever that was mentioned. See, in the agriculture university itself, they got knowledge programs spanning over 3 to 4 months. So that time can be utilized very productively. How to enable the farmers, how to empower the farmers, how to improve upon their economy. This is the way we can see that. If this is being shown to their mind, possibly it's not working. Maybe after another 3 4 months, the concerned development department gets one farmer to take this type of sown seeds to grow further. Otherwise, even those development department work, see, in all the development departments across the country, not even 50% of the staff are there at the grassroots level. The top is only the bottom is big. That is the station which is going on. Then how can you expect these people to contact every farmer and build the mindset of these people? So this type of course, even every college, in fact, in the recent the NEP 2020 also, a lot of emphasis there. Not only education, all the universities should get into the villages to see that the societal people are being empowered and trained. So what is required is a mandate should be given, a common mandate should be given. But there may be some additional for respective degree for other things. At least 1 month of that time should be earmarked for activities like this, in the changing the mindset of the people. If that is being done, possibly we can reach larger number of people at a shortest possible time. Otherwise, with the existing machinery, it may take a couple of decades to see that mindset being done. I think we can also put this in one of the recommendations, how the student course can be utilized to enlighten, empower the people on this important momentum that's been going on in the country.
Yes, recently, actually, I got an opportunity. One of my friends is running a college. So when we are discussing, he told me, yes, you come to my college. I got more than 500 students from the rural background. The college is covering 3 districts of Wyoming. So I addressed them. Students each about 5 sessions I taken. Faculty who are involved in agriculture also I oriented them. And telling you, sir, it has worked out very well. Out of the 500 students, I got the information from 100 students stating that each form would be like 100 members. So really, I thought younger generation, if this goes into their mind, it will be successful.
Yeah, you are right. See, what is required in the NEP itself, right from the, once it is being brought in already the Honorable Prime Minister, it will come from his mind itself, speaking the whole country, that how the student can take the way. That is what is required. The other day, we were in the process of like converting a college, St. Joseph College, into a university. When I was speaking to them, how students are being given exposure visits, going to the village and other things, even this type of activity. They are blind. Because most of the Christian universities, they have a different mindset of doing only LSS other things. But if they've been educated, exposed, and made something deliberate, it will certainly go far. Okay, fine. This is being taken. Yeah.
Sir, I am not fluent in English. I would like to ask a question.
Why? Whatever they will translate it, doesn't matter.
All sitting on that, they understand that.
Very interesting. Yeah. No, but it should be, how should be clever, not to. We'll make it no problem.
Sir, now ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ ಮುಗಿದ
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಅರವಿಂದ್ ಉಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ರೈತ ಉತ್ಪಾದಕ ಕಂಪನಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನಬಾರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಶಿಪ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ 2 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈ ರೈತ ಉತ್ಪಾದಕ ಕಂಪನಿ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ರೂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಗಿರೋ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನು ಆಗ್ಲಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ ಇದು ಕಂಪನಿ ರೈತರದ್ದು ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಈ ಕಂಪನಿಯನ್ನು ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಆ ಕಂಪನಿಗೆ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಆರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಲೋ ಇದೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು FPO ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ದಿಂದ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವು ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲಿ ಮೋಟಿವೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯರೂಪಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೇನೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇವತ್ತು ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 10,000 FPOಗಳನ್ನ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಯಾವ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಅವಧಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಅದನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ದು ಅದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಮೋಟಿಂಗ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಬಿಜಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಮುದ್ದೇಬಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು FPO ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ನನಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರೋ, ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಪ್ರಮೋಟಿಂಗ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿಗೆ. ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು FPO ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವೊಂದು 10 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ 10 ಜನ ನಾ ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ FPO ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹ್ಯಾಂಗ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಏನ್ ಸುಡುಗಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಬಹಳ FPOಗಳನ್ನ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೀಗಲಿ ಬೌಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಂಥ FPOಗಳನ್ನ ಏನು ಮರ್ಜಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಇದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮೊದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾ ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಂಗೆ FPOಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದ್ ಏನು ನೀವು ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಸೇರ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀವು ಆ FPO ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒತ್ತಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿಕ್ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು FPOಗಳನ್ನದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು SHG ಒಂದು ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಳಕಳಿ ಇದೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ
ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕೋಆಪರೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು,
ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಳಕಳಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನೊಳಗೆ ಯಾವ ತರ ಆ ತರ FPOಗಳು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಆಸಕ್ತಿದಾಯಕ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಜಾರಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
complete this question. Yeah.
For the benefit of our audience, just quickly translate a very valid point made by our colleague. Arvind Papa is from Mobilization of Bijapur district in Karnataka. He is currently associated with the producer company dealing with poultry. So based on his experience, what he says is there is a lot of issue, very serious issue in selection of or election of board of directors, which is so vital in our work. The entire success of the creation, sustenance, and promotion depends on board of directors. Unfortunately, they are not truly representing the family. A lot of politics is there, either appointing or electing. Number two, if FPO continues only as a target-driven scheme, without realizing the town needs, whether farmers in that locality really need come together, then I think it might also end up like what happened with the corporate, those kind of operations. And he is requesting to put a very strong recommendation on this.
It is corollary to the point that I have made of mention. While formulating the office bearers, that becomes a very crucial point in the success of the whole FPO. If they are committed, if they are being democratically identified, elected by the people, or the members who are the people to be given opportunity, then the whole system is going to be a big question in the days to come.
ನಮ್ಮ FPOದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬ್ರೀಫ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸಮಯ ಅಭಾವ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ಲಂಚ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್
ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಮ್ದು FPOದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು, ನಮ್ದು ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ದು ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ FIG ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, FIG ಇಬ್ರು ರಿಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ಇಬ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪನಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಒಂದು 50 ಗುಂಪುಗಳಿದ್ರೆ 100 ಜನ ನಮ್ದು ರಿಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಟಿವ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ 100 ಜನ ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ನಿಲ್ಬಹುದು ಅಥವಾ ವೋಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ವೋಟ್ ತರಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಇದು ಕಡ್ಡಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲಾ FPOಗಳಿಗಾದ್ರೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ದು CO ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಂತೂ ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತರ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತರ ನಾವು ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಏನ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರೈಟೇರಿಯಾ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು 10 ಜನ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಯಾರು ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರಿಗೆ ಇದು ಸಿಒ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸುದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಷನ್
ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೂ 4-5 ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ರಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಸಿಇಒ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ವರ್ಕ್ ವೆರಿ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ಲಿ because there are some FPOs which are having more than 5,000 members. There are some FPOs just on 100 members ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಅವಾಗ FPO consider like you ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ 100 members ಇರೋ ಒಂದು FPO ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ CEO but different type of FPOs the nomenclature change ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನ we have to think over very seriously. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿವೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾದ ಉತ್ತರ ನಿಲುವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ನಡೆಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತ ವಿಚಾರ ಬಹಳ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್
again couple of issues that one is capacity building also for all type from members to executive. That even it can be extended even academic and policy makers and elections. Second, selection appointment of CEO is again very crucial aspect for the second. So unfortunately, based on these experiences, there are no clear-cut guidelines.
So maybe appointment of CEO. I was talking in Canada, but it should be known to all of you. See, we have FPOs of this size, like just 50 numbers too. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 members are there in the FPO. Then the income transaction, that thing, maybe just 1 lakh to maybe even 5 crores or 10 crores like that. And keeping these things, what would be type of CEO we require? It's not also not being given a clear cut. What is being said in our NABARD guideline, it should be an MBA, drives this much experience, other thing. If you take a small organization, please sustain this salary. The salary and other thing which has to be paid anything minimum 50,000 rupees per this person. Okay. Anyway, there are many questions which can be taken up later. But anyway, maybe limit your questions to very 1 or 2 points. Any other questions? Any other questions? Yeah, you would like some questions. Yeah. Please sit down.
Sir, मैं West Bengal से आ रहा हूँ, Eastern Zone of India.
Okay.
Sir, मैं इंग्लिश में ज़्यादा पढ़ाई करती हूँ.
Tell me your name also.
Okay. मैं क्रिस्टियन मातो आणि वेस्ट बेंगल बांकुड़ा मिस्टर फिजिक्स. क्रिस्टियन मातो.
Mahato.
मेरा टाइटल वनांचल का है, स्टूडेंट को मांगी भी है.
Please answer Mahato.
हाँ. तो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस तो स्टोरी में है. 2016 में मैं वहाँ एक वो जो मास्टर है ना, वो जो वेबसाइट डेवलपमेंट का कोई प्रोग्राम आगे पीछे चल रहा. मैं मेरे हाथ में गवर्नमेंट की वापस करेंगे, फार्मर्स में वापस दे रहा है सीट, सनफ्लावर सीट. अब जो सीट जीबू के बारे में हम जाता है, इक्विप से हम सनफ्लावर लाते थे. तब हम 2016 में हम एमएलमेंट करके 14 नंबर्स ऑफ ग्रुप में एमएलमेंट किया. उसमें सब की सब दल में वो ग्रुप में लेडी 14 नंबर्स, उसे मेरा नाम दिया, उसके साथ एमएलमेंट किया, पंचायत की सब बात किए थे. उसके बाद पूरा संघर्ष जो कैसे लगाते हैं, कैसे उनके रास्ता वो जो पैरेंट है ना, उसके बारे में जो उसका भय था, मैं उसको बातें करके उसको कंप्लीट करके प्रोग्राम इनिशिएट किया. अप टू द कंप्लीशन ऑफ वेल्सिंग कलेक्शन और वेल्सिंग पूरा बतक में भर्ती करके वो ब्रांड करके हम दे रहे थे. उसको प्रमाण किया जे ऐसा एफपीओ इस चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज आज कैसे बन रहा है 2022 में मैंने फील किया था सर. जे उसमें ये एफपीओ की काम अभी जरूरी है देश में. अभी उसको एमएलए करके पूरा प्रोग्राम इनिशिएट कर सकते हैं सर. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अभी 2 महीने बाद डिसाइड किया जे लेडी ऑपरेटिव मैनेजमेंट का टॉप लेवल का लोग जो लेडी होगा उसके बारे में थोड़ा जानकारी आपको चाहिए. और वो जो लेडी है वो लेडी का मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम अलग. मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, एक लेडी मेरा ग्रुप में था, वो रविंद्र यूनिवर्सिटी कलकत्ता से हिस्ट्री में एमए किया था. उसके घर में उसके बापू जो है ना गुड़गुड़ी चलाता था.
उसका जो अपना जमीन उसमें नहीं है, 1 बीघा जमीन, उसके साथ 2 और 3 बीघा जमीन लेते हैं, पोटैटो होते हैं। तो पोटैटो का जो वाटरिंग सिस्टम जो है वो लेडी करता है। तो हम चाहते हैं ये मैनेजमेंट का जो डॉक्टर सर ने बोला, इससे जुड़कर पहले हम जमीन में धान काटते हैं, लेकिन हम सोचते नहीं कहाँ बिकते। पहले हम कुछ होना चाहिए। ब्लैक राइस मेरा है 2000 एकड़ में, ब्लैक राइस मैंने प्रोड्यूस किया। फार्मर्स लोग प्रोड्यूस के बारे में उसको सेल नहीं कर पाए अभी तक। इसलिए हम चाहते हैं ये एफपीओ और एफपीसी ये कर सकते हैं। थोड़ा आप इसको जरूर देखें। अभी 2006 से 2002 में मेरा दिमाग से बहुत एक्सपीरियंस है। मैं अभी छानबीन करके मैं हैदराबाद पहले बार आया। हम थोड़ा करता हूँ। आप देखिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक तो पॉइंट्स here है। One is experiment having a ready open. And secondly, start with marketing. Easy to grow, but then where you are going to sell? Yes, you like yes, start with that. Business plan. It has to be a business. इसलिए बोलते हैं ना, इसलिए MBA चाहिए। क्या है वो MBA? मारवाड़ी बिजनेस एसोसिएशन चाहिए। बिजनेस पे रहना है। So every farmer has to be like a Marwadi. Normally,
Next, so I think no more questions are there. So we are coming to the end of this first day. At the outset, I'd like to thank the Chairman K. Narayan Gowda sir for the invitation. Yeah.
Very quickly, I'd like to respond to 2 or 3 very important issues raised. One is that there are a lot of complexities in terms of social and political issues related. Then how to bring them together, how to mobilize them to have to. Our experience is that it can be done. Nothing like impossible. So what happens is peer pressure is one. In the nearby vicinity, like similar kind of situation, some of farmers brought together and show the economic impact. Same kind of situation, 2 years back, they were also not like that only. After 3 years, a lot of progress in that. So extension strategy implication is more of exposure. Have live interaction with some successful players. Let's listen to their stories. From the same kind of background surrounding, how they could become successful. So बोलते हैं ना, पैसा सब जगह का बराबर होता है, whether it is political, social. यहाँ पे पैसा आएगा ना, आप भी भूल जाएंगे, political participation. Money is required for everything. So that I think we have to keep in mind whether it is. That's all. It's possible it can be done. The only thing is patience and cross learning, lot of cross.
Thank you, sir. So once again, I think I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. K. Narayan Gowda for delivering this session as a chairman. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Satyangi, my senior, for co-chairing this session. I'd like to extend my thanks to both the reporters, Dr. Balasubramanian and Dr. Mahandesh Shilu, our own colleagues. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your gracious presence and recording the recommendations of this team. Before offering in a moment, I think Srinivasan sir, I have one point where youth should be encouraged to participate. Manas has taken up one action research on linking Ravel program to FPO. So already we have completed that action research. We are preparing a policy document. Yeah, already completed, sir. We are preparing a policy document. So maybe I will share it with you. That can act as a model for other applications. So with this note,
now the new education policy is giving a lot of exposure of the college, degree holders to the rural areas and things. But then also, a sort of handouts and other things are required. How they can influence the farmers? Because you know, even the education university, our students need some orientation, a sort of support system. They require much more support system to reach out the farmers, particularly educating on how important is the FPOs of the collectivization makes the farmers more comfortable. That type of message has to go. Once the roots are formed, then the people themselves are going to get sensitized and start preparing over a period of time. I think that initiative can be taken up by manage, even all these people can together do it, and it may be also provide some leader for guiding on those things, because they have a lot of vision about the entire country. And that way, it can be very fortunate input for the people across the country to take forward. Okay, good. Thank you.
So now I request Dr. Balasubramanian to offer a token of gesture to Dr. Balasubramanian, a memento, for performing his role as a co-chairman.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for being present in this session. Now we will break for lunch and we'll meet again at 2:30 for the complete.
30 already at 25.
No, we will 45 minutes.
Yeah,
So 2:45. 2:45 we come back. And even the online participants also, we can join back at 2:45.
Yeah, the online participants are also interested to join the session, second session at 2:45. Thank you.
So,
Good afternoon, sir. Aline Mukherjee, sir. quickly, sir. Participants, we are sorry for the delay. We'll be starting in another 10 minutes. Now, 3 o'clock, we are going to start.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Yes, it's about to start. मैं ऑफिस में ही हूँ. हाँ, ऑफिस से अटेंड कर रहा हूँ. हाँ, हाँ, हाँ. Okay.
It's a protocol.
Welcome back. Good afternoon and welcome back to the second session for the day after lunch. The session is based on the theme ICT interventions, digitalization in terms of traceability, blockchain technology, weather forecasting, extension activities, management for FPOs. Information and communication technologies have emerged as a very strong tool to share the information with farmers effectively, efficiently, and at a low cost way. ICT, especially mobile phone-based communication, can be the tool of choice for introducing a customized decision support system which is relevant up to the level of individual farmer. However, such a system requires information about the farmer and his field, like the soil type, soil health, climatic conditions of that area, market conditions, crop prevalence, irrigation, farmer economic situation, risk exhaustion capacity, etc. All the above information, when processed with respect to the context, can lead to generation of advisories, which can help the farmer in his or her crop choice, harvesting, and sales schedule. For this session, I would like to invite and welcome Professor Dr. S. Venku Reddy, President and Executive Director, Participatory Rural Development Initiative Society, Hyderabad, to act as the chairman for the session and to deliver the keynote speaker address. Professor S. Venku Reddy is an agriculture extension and rural development specialist with over 3 decades of experience in teaching, research, training, and extension work connected with agriculture and rural development. He has hands-on experience in extension management, sustainable agriculture, institutional development, evaluation studies, and capacity building programs. He worked in several capacities in India and abroad as professor, advisor, and consultant to different national and international institutions, including the World Bank and FAO. I would also like to invite and welcome Shri Anil Mukherjee, sir, CEO and Head FPO Strategy. Virtually, he will be present with us virtually. NCDEX, Institute of Commodity Markets and Research, to act as the co-chair, delivers a lead speaker address. NCR is headed by Anil Mukherjee, sir, as CEO of NCR and Head Strategy, FPO at the National Commodities and Derivatives Exchange. Having done multiple leadership roles with the exchange over the last 12 years, here he led the creation of first of its kind national level electronic negotiable warehouse receipts system, held as a path-breaking step in the area of financing agriculture commodities. In a career spanning 25 years across countries including India, West and East Africa, he has worn multiple hats, including being a farmer, as a development professional, and as an entrepreneur. He has had significant leadership roles with organizations such as Winrock International, Tata Farms, and USAID, and has consulted for projects funded by World Bank, FAO, UNCTAD, and other international agencies. Welcome again, sir. We also have with us 2 rapporteurs overlooking the proceedings of the session. I would like to invite and welcome Shri G. Bhaskar, sir, serving as a Senior Assistant Director, IT Division at Manage. Sir has over 15 years of experience in the area of analysis, design, development, testing, implementation, and administration of applications in various computer environments using various software development tools and database management systems. Welcome, sir. I would also like to invite our second rapporteur, Dr. K.V. Rao, sir, faculty IT managed as the rapporteur for the session. Sir has an expertise in network administration, planning and design of LAN, system analysis and design of software development, and coding skills in Pascal, C, C++, and Java web programming, host planning, designing, and execution of video conferencing and teleconferencing products. With this, I would like to say that the second session for the day is open, and I would like to invite Professor S. Pinto Reddy, sir, to kindly address the session and deliver the keynote speaker address.
Thank you. I think you're slightly altered the program. Sharing the session. So, lead speaker and keynote address. Faculty, these are experts. So let me do all the dignitaries, the audience, the co-chair and the lead speaker, Mr. Mukherjee. Dr. Chandrasekhara, Director General, manage INSEE officials and the executive members who have given me this opportunity to say a few words about digital technologies, extension, and also how they can be related to farmer producer organizations. This is our main theme. Let me say, I have seen practically implementation of many of the digital technologies, but I am not an expert. So on this one, but applications I have seen. I have also seen the merits and demerits. So from that angle, I will try to give my introductory remarks, and later, after the lead speaker speaks about it, I will try to summarize and add. So let me say, this topic has many things. One is on digitalization, traceability, blockchain technology, weather forecasting, extension advisory management, so many other things. But let me first say that powering of extension and advisory services with ICT is a new game changer. Actually, 20 years back, our regime, about 30, 40 years back, we have not seen this thing. This has helped us to reach the reach, number one. The second one, it has also helped us to supplement and complement the extension strategies and efforts. So, of course, there are many proponents of ICT who would like to say that, with ICT, we can change the behavior of farmers. With ICT, we can able to pump in knowledge, fine. But when it comes to the agriculture involves skills also. See, the skill aspect about agriculture is vastly undermined. Even FPOs, I am trying to say here, that skill drill is more important. Today we are talking about skills. It can be management skills, it can be technical skills, it can be operational skills in agriculture, it can be marketing skills, supply chain aspect skills, anything. Anything what we talk in value chain from seed to market. So it is all concerned with several chain, everywhere it is concerned with skills. But ICT can play a little role, I would not say full role, in imparting skills, especially complex skills, which is still difficult. But however, it is very, very useful tool today in different aspects, not only in the production, but also it is a wonderful tool for linking with the markets. See, let us say we have been working in sustainable agriculture and development. I am very proud that recently we got, my organization got FPO award also, but for 20 years on sustainable agriculture. And in all this sustainable agricultural processes and development and all that, we have been seeing one important aspect about it. We are using in various combinations the ICT tools. It is not ICT tools per se alone we are using in the sustainable agriculture. So say you all know that mobile apps have become so popular. The commercial people are developing apps of their own with their insecticides, with their own what they were fertilizers which they want to the farmers. Universities are based on their recommendation, they are developing the apps. And I think to me, a mushroom growth of apps are coming. So I was asking some of my colleagues recently to download, because so one project was given to us on RMS. RMS site is a company of Jindal. They have given us a task of, application of ICT to the 4 states, including Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and all that. It's a big program. So when they have given, because I want to learn myself. So therefore, I asked people to download all apps that are available. At least, the number is exceeding 70 like that. But also another thing what I have done is content analysis. If you try to make it, anyone who is developing app, first they have like donors. Donor who is giving, he has set object. So that will be more, within the app system, the advisory. But compared to the, normal procedure of what advisors we are putting. Input companies, marketing companies. So even probably I would like to, I will go to this one later. So probably I would like to give one advice of recommendation from this conference, that let us have a manage like organization. This has been voiced since long, not because I came to manage now. So an organization like manage should be able to have some type of a control and direction for the apps. Otherwise, conflicting messages are going to the farmers. See, same farmer is approached by different agencies through different apps, and he is unable to know what to do, what not to do. So, like Manage has really done a good job of the startups. So they have put in their website, use startups. They said they should not repeat them again. It's a good, wonderful thing, because startups also like that. Everybody does. What they did is here, it will be done in Maharashtra, Orissa, Kerala, everywhere. So similarly, some type of control, coordination, and something like that, I think we should have. I don't know the correct word what I have to use, but manage should be a type of a nodal agency to deal this type of a thing. Extension messages going to farmers marketing or whatever you try to call this. So this is one of my advice. It can be a regulatory mechanism. The regulatory mechanism. Yes, it is still better. Regulatory mechanism is still better. So then the second advice I would like to say to farmer producer organizations. Yes, in our journey, we have been doing groups. We have been doing, what to call the type of networks within the groups, like SHGs. We have been forming a cooperative societies. And we have also done farmers producer companies. Because already we are dealing about 1 lakh farmers, in different crops and commodities. So it was easy also for us. So I have 2 words here. Just now in the dinner time, lunch time, I think my friend Dr. Sadamati was telling, FPOs have to be evolved. I think we have forgotten how to evolve means we have forgotten. FPO to be registered is only the word we are using. 40,000 they give, about and other organizations. You go to a auditor, he will register. It should not be a much problem. Sometimes, so those who are trying to do the job, they themselves contribute for farmers and then do it because they have been assigned the job. That's so many FPOs have. So this I could observe not only in this state and other states that I was trying to go around and all that. I flagged this issue to the chairman of NABARD himself when I met him. So this phenomena has to be a little bit. We have to change our mindset of only registering the FPOs, formation. So formation of FPOs means you give a list and then register it and then it is more. I don't know. Some appropriate word has to be evolved to make the people to understand about that. But nothing can be formed. It has to be evolved if it has to be sustained. Sustainability is the key. Again, I would like to say another assignment for manage. And so has to take it up is there are so many FPOs around. If you try to see it, because there's a target for NABARD and many other organizations to form. But how many of them are really working, functioning the way in which it has been designed and purpose for which it is meant? This is again a question mark. I am not criticizing. The concept is excellent. And the FPO is the concept which will take forward India forward. It will lead us somewhere. Farmers should be able to control their destiny. This is what is happening here in the FPOs. But the problem is how many of them are really functional. If at all, I could observe some of them are being instrumental in getting the transportation charges, so they may not charge. And if you purchase it and distribute it to your members, it will be cheaper. Seeds and other things. But when you go to the marketing, very FPOs are there. So marketing aspect is very, very less. Because all small scale farmers, the moment they get the paddy or anything, they want to sell right on the field. And then they get the money. And they might have taken or borrowed the money from other sources and they will get that money back. So pooling of all these things and then, FPO negotiating with, we are talking about negotiation skills for FPOs. So once you try to talk about negotiation, they negotiate with the markets. There, the ICTs are extremely useful. But how many of them are going in the other end? See, technical advice and guidance being done by department, university, KVKs and other. They have a CEO, but generally it's being done. In fact, it is supposed to be, FPO is supposed to employ the technical people as consultants and then pay them. In the concept itself, it is there, 3 weeks. But the question here is, although technical advice is coming from different sources and all that, on their own sources, right? They designed their own bigger FPOs like grapes, mangoes, etc. I have seen Maharashtra. I think we should complement Maharashtra and Karnataka. So they are now the lead. Even GI products also, if you try to have the listing of GI products, location wise, number 1 comes to Maharashtra, number 2 it is coming to Karnataka, goes to Gujarat. Number of products. We have in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana only 3 products listed. Whereas there are 26 there, 63 there in other end. So even FPOs, the functioning of it is different from state to state. See, in Orissa, if you try to take it, Sometimes in the tribal belts of Odisha, they are working there. When you come to the plains, you don't know, FPO working is not satisfying. One way or the other. So what I want to say is that we need to devise some type of mechanism to evaluate and compare monitoring, etc. NABARD cannot do it because it is a MAPA and they cannot do by themselves. This is another challenging road, role for academy of FPOs which have been designed now to the damage. I think this is a challenge. Really, I'm telling you, this is going to contribute a lot to the country. So unless all the dormant things will be coming into the forefront, I think this is second thing which we have to think about when we talk about FPOs. Now the third dimension about FPO, I would like to say, we are handling a project now on what we call fundamental rights at work. It's like a decent work, ILO in Nalagonda and Varanasi. So that is also purely meant only in FPOs only. Our target group is FPOs. We take the FPOs, we try to give them training to see that this discrimination, child labor, work environment, and all these things are being created. And also have more number of women representatives in the FPO, the balancing. So this type of aspects we have been teaching them. It's going on since 2 years now. With all FPOs and all. There also we had a ample opportunity to discuss with them. Of course, so many other aspects about FPOs and all. But wherever we are, I think that this is one of the important aspects, fundamental principles and rights at work. FPRW is becoming a very important aspect of to be included in the dynamics of FPO technical programs, because any foreign export, chili or cotton or anything which you are trying to see, they are trying to see whether this product is produced out of decent work. Today it is one of the conditionalities for European market. I think this aspect also, all FPOs, I am trying to address whoever is hearing now, they should be able to be very cautious. If it is not being done to a decent work, they are not buying. So we had a similar example. We have done with the Better Pattern Initiative since 10 years. We have been, I'm one of the council for that. China, using the prisoners, to have the harvest. So now it is banned. So nobody, the buyers or brands and other stuff, they are not buying the cotton there as better. Because of simple reason, they are using a child labor, they are using the discrimination and then many other aspects of the social aspects. But they are doing other aspects fine. They are reducing the load of pesticides, reducing fertilizers, getting the income and all that. Only the single aspect is not going to the markets. So this is one important aspect all of us have to think about in future. As far as your FPOs are concerned, you should include it in the dynamics of your technology. Promoting whatever you are trying to promote. So once we do that, then we are okay with the FPOs. But the FPOs also, I have seen one example also, some people try to have networking of FPOs. 40, 50 FPOs together, they network because they will get a bulk products for export and other things. And okay, then coming to the digital technologies, see my subject today. So actually, we have been employing this mobile apps. We are using them in Chile, which is financed by LAH, Netherlands, in Kama. And earlier we had a YouTube also. And we have also been using this year, not previous year, the traceability were now field to fashion. So this is the word under better part. Field to fashion. So traceability. So a Mahbub Nagar farmer, what he is producing here, one small farmer of the 3 acres, you are able to, he is able to trace it, where his cotton has gone, which gene, which speed, which garment is made by his cotton, and in which country it is being, exported and then sold. But we are hiding so far how much they have bought. That we are not showing to farmers. This I have been arguing in the council. Farmers should know. Say how much price is things have been featured because you are not giving any premium to him. It is a hard work. Of course, they are silent because it's money. You know, have some, so they also get percentage in the volume and other things. Except that the traceability aspect is one of very geotagging and getting their all the particulars about the crops, and surrounding crops also. So everything has been done. From here, we are able to trace it to go up to anywhere, Europe, whatever it is, wherever garments are made by the retailers. This is giving us one important aspect. One thing is credibility for the product. From where the source and what they have used, how it is being produced, everything. If you want, in that app, you will be able to know about it, about the farm. What pesticide he has used. So what fertilizer he has applied. So everything we will know the history about that particular field. And then you are able to certify it with a better. Better. We are not talking about best. So then the better cotton has a much more value, and the shirts and other things are being now labeled as a better cotton, 50% made by better cotton, something like that. Similarly, in chilies also, there are two things. Chilies also similar thing is being done, but there the traceability is more by chemical analysis. You can make chilies as a chemical analysis in the laboratories and try to see that whether they meet the European standard or any standard. About 1,000, type of pesticides, fertilizers, you take a place. Something 0, something 4%, 5%, 6%, like that it goes. So, which means not only the traceability, but also recording. But here, the chemical, once you try to do the chemical analysis, you go to the picture whether there is a residual effect or not. See, residue-free chilies with the different standards are being exported. Of course, for export also, you have many other mechanisms now. UNAM is there. And Spice Bazaar, Spice Board of India, they have started one thing on Spice Bazaar. It is also like UNAM. They have started another one like that. So it is being done. See, you are able to really say that I have this much volume of, for FPOs it is very useful, not for individual farmers. Individual farmers, they don't buy. It is collective, either an FPO or a group or something like that, as a cooperative. So you try to say I have so much product with me, then you will get a lot of queries from different sources. They will quote, I will buy for this much price, this much price, this much price. Whenever you want, you can able to send it. So that facility earlier we never used to have it. We have not seen it in our regime. Only recently, within 2 decades, this wonderful facility is there for a farmer to find the sources of market and negotiating, getting the higher prices for their product. So this is possible now. It is only possible because of ICT. Number one, and ICT traceability is helping them also to buy a genuine products, a certified products. So which are chemical free or whatever it is, their conditions are there. So this is one aspect about it. The second thing we talk about the big words. like blockchain technology. To me, blockchain technology, I also was afraid. So, that's why I asked me what is this? They say the digital ledger. So, all of you must be knowing the cash book and ledger. Everyone FPO has to do ledger. So, it's a must. For any organization, we have a cash book and a ledger. So, this blockchain technology is only creating a digital ledger with different components as you try to post. It's a permanent one, it will be there, but here the beauty about it, it can be shared to the members. Members will know what is happening also. Ledger one book will be there with me only as the president of the society. Others will not know. So if every member will be able to know through the ledger what they are doing and other type of things. So this is one aspect about it going on. And the third dimension I would like to say here, most importantly, weather forecasting. I think weather forecasting nowadays, government is very conscious. Climate change, climate resilience agriculture, all these are prompting that we have to tune our programs according to the weather. But the question here is, they are being communicated through the mass media, like TV, like newspapers, every day weather forecast will be there. But they are all confined to global. See, it's not very location specific. So that's the more important. So when they say that rain is coming, it will not come. In our experience, some of the that is a different issue.
Last year experience that we have kind of so the weather was so bad. The flight was moved to up.
Oh, yeah.
And the scenario was different to I am telling you, every time the weather forecast is only global, but not local.
Not local.
With all this development technology, the reality.
Reality. If you see the foreign countries, yes, if they say in a particular place there is something happening within 10 minutes, 10 minutes it's happened. Everything. With all that type of a glory, why are we silent? Particularly the important aspect of it, which is going to help not only the farmers, everyone in this country. But anyway, here I would like to say many apps which are giving advisory systems also have two dimensions are there. The one thing is recording of real-time data. So what fertilizer they have used, what pesticide they have used, and all that. And advisories are there in all apps. And all apps also have weather. And some of the apps also have marketing, trends in the marketing and other things. But I have seen one of the app of BK, what is weather systems, which we are also using in some areas. Every village in MP and Telangana is mapped. Village, I am not talking about mandal, not block. If you try to have that village, if you would like to see the weather, the nearby markets, nearby input shops, the prices of those things, and also the crops and the advantages. It's a very complicated one. Something like cloud computing or something like that. So he was able to do that job. But we have been using app also. See, of course, you may not have 100% precision in that sense, but he has also developed one thing: automation. See, once weather changes and other things, what you have to do, you don't need to press it. Just press your image, the other data also. That's a wonderful thing. The second thing he has also done is he has also given alternative technologies. See, generally we say there is a, test attack, then you spray monopotamus, one recommendation, or all this and that. So he has given alternative also. If you try to do this one, this pest can be prevented. At this stage, you can use some botanical pesticides, biofertilizers, and other things also in tune with the sustainable agriculture and also our thinking of India thinking on organic and natural farming. He has made the apps and they are all in different languages. That's doing that. Similarly, even in universities, they are sending SMS messages from our PJTS University every day. Don't believe it, every day there is some SMS message goes to different locations, again. So it's not that one message goes to all locations, but they are tagged on to, I think, KVKs or something like that. So SMSs is also another way which they are transmitting the messages so regularly. And coming to the advisories also, what I mean to say, what is more important for us in advisories, the farmers should be able to believe us, they must be able to change their attitude, they must be able to be convinced, they must be able to implement it. So this is more important. There, if you have ICT tools in combination, what I mean to say, in combination with your regular extension, supplementing and complementing, not alone a particular tool being used, then it has an additive effect. I'm sure about that. This we have tried. There is no two opinion about it. We have done some experiment also, just to give the ICT messages, give with an extension worker what he is trying to do, farmers, field schools, and all that, and supplementing and complementing these messages for reaching the match. So this is a very strong backing and adoption have been released. Something like that is coming up. And I think I would like to say here the conclusion to all FPOs. Innovate, inspire, and indulge in business. Only 3 words. So inspire our members. It's not that only the executive committee takes the decisions. Many of the members don't know until the seat is given also. So that's also very important. I think I'm sure once they try to use these powerful tools like ICT tools, and then in combination with a regular extension services, in convergence, probably you will have an additive effect, and FPOs can do a great thing. You see, even without FPOs, you've been able to think of our own thing. Our SHG movement, I think all of you know about it, self-help groups. In Andhra and Telangana, I'm very proud about it. This has come to the state, higher state more. Karnataka always is there. So, if you try to say here, SHGs, networking, they have done the banking services and all that. How it has been done? Even if you follow the same footprints with this FPO business, I think we can achieve a lot. There are Mahila banks. Many models are there. I think to me, let us simplify things. Let us not be very complicated. See, for one, our better example for closing one FPG also I will tell you. Here only nearby, on Vijayapati, one FPO was operating wonderful. In fact, central government, they have made evaluation, all that kind of thing. In fact, I was thinking it's not working very well in the top 10. I was wondering. that FPO, was doing very well. As a cooperative system, they were running and all that. Then we have now made it, FPC, a company or something like that. And there was a lot of problem with the directors, we have a lot of fighting. And finally, their bank accounts have been closed. They were locking the accounts, without, informing them also. Still they have 3 to 4 lakhs in those banking accounts. Why? The simple reason is they are not filed their, they have filed the returns, but they are not, Companies Act. Every year you have to file something to the company. And that they are not done 1 year. Then they close it. So similar things also can happen. I think we have to be cautious also. Some of them want to talk about a company and what has to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for inspiring the session and also giving various examples as well as direction to manage what they need to follow in the case of FPO. And the major takeaway from your speech will be the 3 I's: innovate, inspire, and indulge. With this, now we will move on to our co-chairman and would request Sri Anil Mukherjee, sir, CEO and Head FPO Strategies in CDEX Institute of Commodity Markets and Research, to kindly present the lead paper address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to you all. I hope I am loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the onset, I would like to thank Manage and Dr. Chandrasekhar, the DG Manage, Dr. Gumma Golmut, to having me here in this, very important topic and a very timely topic. And also thank you, Chairman, Professor Reddy. I think he has made my work quite easy, because some of the points which I was thinking of raising and have it on my presentations are been touched upon by him and already. So would be some of those points which I'm going to make might look like repetition in that. But let me, I have a small presentation to share. I hope I'm allowed to share the presentation. Let me just share that.
Yes, sir, you are allowed. Yes, sir, you are allowed to share, sir, to give the permission. A share option will be there next to your.
Yeah, I can't.
Next to views.
No, I found that. I'm just, looking at the presentation. I'm not being able to see the presentation.
Sorry, when you have to stop sharing, and then when you share again, you have to select screen one.
Yeah.
Share, and then on the extreme left hand side, there will be an option called as screen one. Select the option.
Yes. Should be window, should be there. I have a separate window. I can't find the presentation.
So the thing is, you have to share the entire screen. To stop sharing, and then when you select this share option again, you have to select screen one. That is the entire window.
It's not coming.
Sir, kindly send us the PPT and we will share it from our side.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, okay. Just hold a minute. Let me then share the PPT.
You can kindly share the presentation from our side. Sir is sending us the presentation.
I've sent it to Dr. Gumma Golmut's email ID.
Yeah. Okay, I think they're downloaded. Now, in the meantime,
Yeah. So. Yes, so in the meantime, I think I will touch upon what Professor Reddy has, elaborated. I'm not going to go into the similar topic, but maybe some repetition. The way we look at digitization from the angle that what it can do. Yes, it's very important, and I think it's a very important tool, as has been pointed out. It definitely brings in efficiency. It brings in transparency into the system. It definitely brings in speed in the way the information flows from point A to point B. And that also helps in equitable distribution of information, because there is much less time lag between the origin of information and by the time it reaches to the user. And definitely and because of that, it removes the variability in information, because one of the challenge is in information is the variability, because person A may have a different information, or and person B may have a different information, and that is where a lot of time the clash happens. But ultimately, agriculture is physical. So because it's physical in nature and the produce has to move from point A to point B, it's very, very important that along with the digitization, we need to take care of the physical side of it. So the second aspect is that there has been quite a bit of work, I think, on the production side, in the productivity side, in terms of disease identification using ICTs. Of course, the weather apps which are there. But for example, one of the challenge in the weather issue is that we still do not have a long-term accurate prediction, because by the time farmer needs to have a decision, I think we would need at least 7 to 10 days of time lag between the weather information and the act. If let's say the disease incidence is coming in, or when I have to harvest, I can't have a 3-hour window. It doesn't work like that. I need to have at least 7. So I think it's still somewhat long way to go in weather science to get that kind of a predictability so that I can take action. Because I have to then prepare myself in terms of harvesting or pesticides or fertilizations or water or not watering. So all those activity which will be which is dependent on weather conditions, I need to prepare, and all those preparation needs resources. So that is on the production side. On the market side, it's very, very important that information is available, but how I'm going to use that information. I need to just a minute. I think Dr. Gumma Gulmat is calling. I don't know whether he has received the presentation or not.
Kindly share it on Gmail, sir.
Oh, okay. Let me share. Just a minute. Apologies for that. Done. So that's another point, that it has to be on a on the market side, having that information, that if turmeric is selling at erode at a certain price, what I'm going to do with that information if I'm not being able to transfer this information to knowledge and then to action. So the question becomes, how do I transfer this information into knowledge and to this action? Now, to do that, there are a lot of aspects which needs to be taken into consideration. Does, let's say, the erode market will accept my quality? Will I be able to take this turmeric from location A to erode market at a reasonable time frame? Who would be the buyer? How would he pay me? Whether my quality will pass or not? So all those aspects which needs to be looked into. Definitely ICT will help, but for farmers and the farmer producer organization, these information become very crucial. So how these things will arrive at, who is going to do this, how it is going to get built into a SOP. I think these are the aspects which really needs to be thought through, because the main topic is sustainability, right? So sustainability, of course, from a climate, from production, all those aspects are there. I'm going to restrict myself in terms of sustainability means for the FPOs to have a cash flow. So the question becomes, how do I have a cash flow? At what point in time there would be a positive cash flow? Because I have been registered as maybe most of the cases farmer producer companies. My paid up capital is not huge. So how do I survive in terms of running a business? So that becomes a very crucial aspect. So when we talk about sustainability, when I am going to talk about sustainability, I'm going to talk about the cash flow aspect of it, because these are though social entities in a sense, but for all practical purposes, these are supposedly for-profit entities. Even if, let's say, they are in the cooperative model, even if they are in the trust model, they have to generate enough positive revenue to plow back either in the entity or give back to their member farmers as dividend. So that becomes a very crucial aspect. So the question becomes that who is going to help me in terms of making my business sustainable? So what are the issues and challenges which are in this particular aspect? And where we think is interventions like institutes like Manage can play a big role. Have you received the presentation?
So we are checking on it, sir.
Yes, sir. We received your PPT, sir. 2 minutes, sir. We'll be sharing that.
Sure. So given that by the time the PPT is ready, so to have a cash flow, it's very important that we have a business model. So the question becomes, what is the kind of business model we have to create? So who is going to help me to create that business model? The FPO themselves, the promoting institutions, the resource institutions who are attached to it, the NGOs, how that business model is going to shape up. Whether I start with input business or whether I start with output business. So our experience that we have seen the FPOs start doing lot of things, and I think one suggestion I will make to the floor and the people who are participating, that maybe they need to focus on a few aspects and then work on that, because focusing on too many aspects becomes a challenge, and none of the activity gets the kind of attention which is required. So definitely one of the business model which we have seen is being pushed to start with, which is not a bad idea, is to start with the input business, because that is little bit easier. One can use ICT tools today, not very difficult to obtain the requirements from their farmer member, and basically start selling it at a margin, because you will have economies of scale, and there are a lot of input companies are using farmer producer organization as their distribution channel. But yes, the scale is still, because the way a distribution channel works is also needs to be understood by the FPOs. The capex which is required to hold the stock. If the stock doesn't get sold, how that happens. So how those information or knowledge will come place, because the private entities, whosoever is trying to work with, they will have their own business models. So understanding their business model and then collating it with FPO's mindset and the business model is very important. The second aspect of the input side also, if you look at it, there are global examples where these input businesses and even our domestic examples, right, where farmer cooperatives have become a huge entity. And of course, they are quite old and has definitely got a lot of support. So just to give you a couple of examples, you may have heard of Rabobank, which is basically a farmers cooperative, which is now world's one of the largest cooperative banks, originated in Holland. And it's the finance need by the flour farmers in Holland. They started this credit society from where they have matured into a bank. Lima Grain of France, they are one of the largest seed producing company, supplying various seeds, seed producing company, but a cooperative. It's run by the farmers and it's managed by the farmers, but board is managed by the farmers, but actual management is with the professionals. So again, it's a cooperative model. So, and of course, our homegrown IFCO and CRIPCO in terms of fertilizer business is also a cooperative model. And yes, of course, they got a lot of government support in their initial build-up. So I think we really need to look at that, how these things can be done to not to focus only on the numbers of FPOs, but to grow them to a scale. I mean, if today
I need to interrupt you. So the presentation is up.
Yes, I can see that. Thank you very much. I will just finish this and then maybe go to the presentation. That how do we go from maybe a 15 lakh paid up capital to a business of 30 lakhs to a 1 crore to 5 crores to 15 crores to 100 crores in next 5-10 years down the line. So maybe those are the kind of target orientation in terms of business, the way any small or medium scale business would like to scale up. So what is my scaling up business opportunities? So now with that, thank you for having the presentation up. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I'm sure this has been talked about since morning, and most of these numbers I'm sure are known to everyone. And if we see one of the challenge, the key facts, if you look at, it's though there are numbers are large, so many are registered, almost 16,000, but 45% are in 2 states. What's happening with the other states? I mean, why there is such a large gap, right? So, and of course, has been a huge push in terms of number, and there is registration, which is good thing, but are we looking at how these can be federated? Are we looking at how women-led FPOs, because they can become a better, good entrepreneur, they can be engaged. So and look at one of the major issue is that, look at the paid up capital. So this becomes a major challenge. How do you increase the paid up capital? Just to give you an example, let's say I want to, as an FPO, want to aggregate chana, right? And any commodity business, if I go to, I'm not going to FNV or value addition at this point in time, but if I go to, let's say, a product called chana or a soybean, that is Bengal gram or soybean, at a price of, let's say, average price of 5,000 per quintal, and if I need to procure maybe 20 metric ton, I need almost 10 lakh of capital immediately, because my farmers are not going to wait. So how I'm going to get that 10 lakh capital? And if I use all my paid up capital, then how do I survive? So we need to really think through that, the viability gap issue in terms of my doing business and generating cash profit from there is a big challenge. So we really need to think that how do we bridge that gap? So do we increase the membership? Do we increase the membership fees? How does the financial institutions can provide me zero collateral loan? because as an FPO, I may not have any land. So how do I borrow money? And if my balance sheet is almost zero, of course, nowadays there are certain schemes which are available from zero collateral funding, but it may not be available to every one of them, because one of the problem which we have also seen in the board of directors, if one person's CIBIL score is not up to the standard, the whole FPO gets rejected from the bank's list to get money. So how do we address that, those kind of issues? Next, please. So of course, this yeah. So there are a lot of challenges. I'm sure these challenges have been discussed at length. So what I have tried to do is to identify some of the issues and see that who and what can be done. I mean, if we can even pick up maybe few as our solutions to strengthening the FPOs and to make them sustainable, I'm sure it will help. So definitely aggregation, as I said, and output market linkages is a big challenge. And as I was mentioning, that if we look at chana or soybean, because of a small land holding issue, if we need to aggregate 20 metric ton with a productivity level of, let's say, even if I round off to 1 metric ton per hectare, how many farmers do we need to aggregate 20 metric ton? So it's a large number, right? So and making everybody convinced that you sell to the FPO at a certain price point, talking to this 20 farmers becomes a challenge. And I'm sure you are aware, and the FPOs who are present here, that commodity business is a very thin margin game. So if I really have to make some money, I really need to go to at least 500 ton or 1,000 ton. And to do a 500 ton or 1,000 ton of a commodity, I need to speak with at least 800 to 1,000 farmers. So how do I bring that? That becomes a challenge, right? So automatically, when I'm not able to bring in produce aggregation, I'm not able to find good buyer. If I'm not able to find a good buyer, I'm not able to work on my margin. If I'm not able to get more margin, my cash flow becomes a problem, and the farmers member lose trust in terms of selling to me. I mean, I'm then as a farmer member, I may be better off selling to a local mandi. And this is what we have been seeing. Very few FPOs has been in the output side, especially on the commodity side of the business. Fruits and vegetables are definitely a little bit different. Niche products could be a little bit different. So, and each segment would be, of course, have their own challenges. But if we keep focus on our pure commodity produce, then these are the issues which comes in. And what we have seen is that how do I take decisions that when to store, how much to store, how much capital to block. So how do I get this information, and with that information, how do I act in this? So we have seen FPOs losing 2-3 crores because they have taken a decision of holding the crop, and then prices drop, and the whole capital plus loan gets wiped out. So that becomes a challenge, which of course is true for even for a small and medium business owners, but that's an individual business, so they can take those kind of risks. So what can be done? We really need to have the promoting agencies and the resource institutions to come out with this kind of solution. Where do I go? For example, thinking like creating a marketing board for FPOs to find markets, to find the linkages, the common platform. Only how do I negotiate? Can the KVKs be like they have been given the responsibility and done a fantastic job in production side of it? Can KVKs be strengthened to create a market information ecosystem? And today's ICT will definitely help in terms of providing this market information and then converting into knowledge and action points by the local FPOs. How do we bring in that entrepreneurial mindset in the FPO board? From outside, from advisory, creating advisory committees. Is it something which is worth looking at? Can we think of a marketing cell or risk management cell within, for example, within manage, who is professionally, where the professionals are housed? And like in the production technology, I go to any professor or a scientist to ask for my problem. Can I go to that cell to find out that where do I sell, how do I package, what are the terms of the trade? So the second problem what we have seen and experienced is, which is quite big, is the credit, as I was mentioning, that the finance part of it, because the paid up capital is low. To start a business, at least from the output side, becomes a big challenge. So how do we address that, to increase the paid up capital for this to business? And if I do not have a business, how do I get a working capital loan? Can there be new models in terms of invoice funding, where back to back loan can be given to the FPOs if there is a buyer of repute on the other side? Can we look at that kind of a model? So that means it would be help to identify who are those buyers, where invoice funding can be looked at. So I mean, FPO per se, they may not be able to do that, so automatically some mediator through such kind of institution like manage or can be created. Though it's one of the major point, it will come as a first that the business clarity. I mean, what kind of a business I need to follow within my vicinity? I mean, do I go for pure input and then slowly build up to the output? Though philosophically it's true, and it's what we have seen practically, that most of the FPOs continue to do on the input side. They do not go into the output side at all. And yes, output side has a challenge, but that is the biggest challenge the farmers also face, right? So automatically the output side of the business model needs to be fine-tuned. Then again, automatically comes who is going to do it, right? So can the RI work as an incubation center for working on the business clarity, that what kind of a business to be done, how long it to be done, what are the kind of cash flow, who is going to handhold to the FPOs to ensure that the FPO is taking the right business decisions. And again, the reason I am not talking about ICT much, because that is given that the tools which needs to be used for these kind of an information flow to and fro and the decision making, one really need to use these ICT tools to know, to communicate, and to transfer the information to knowledge. Next, please. Chair, how much time do I have?
Yeah.
Another 10 minutes? Sorry, I didn't get that.
So we have one paper presentation under this theme. So you have like next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. So then other problem which we have seen is the governance part of it. I mean, of course, how do we solve these aspects? Who brings in the social and the business welfare? Of course, money binds these aspects, because farmer members are looking for profitability from their farming job, but FPCs also need to deliver this, but there are again the social tension within. So how do we handle that? And so of course the organizational structure, what we have seen, they do not have right people. Most of those functions are done by RIs and the resource institutions, and once the fund gets reduced by whosoever is providing this kind of money to the resource institutions to manage these FPOs, that funds dried up. So neither there is an finance health nor there is a CEO health. So it becomes a big challenge. So how do you make these entities self-sustainable? How do you build up that capacity within the local people or from the local young elites to be part of this, such that the capability grows? So that's why I was trying to emphasize that, the cash flow is much of the major. If I can generate reasonable cash flow, then I can actually pay few thousand rupees more to retain the right talent within the FPO. And I think if we pick up the examples from the successful FPOs, we will find that they have the right people on top to ensure that they are running it properly. Next, please. So, so what are the major requirements? If we look at from the output business side of it, especially on the finance part, from the post production. Do I store? What kind of price realization I will get? How do I get the credit? Do I give the credit to the farmers? If they are not giving me the credit, then how do I give credit to the buyer? What is the payment cycle? How do I process, because the buyer would need clean material? Do I have the grading sorting units nearby place? What is the cost of transportation? So because it's easiest to that I pick up my material, go to mandi and leave the material there and get sold. But to do rest of the stuff, it needs SOPs, it needs money, and it needs right resources to do that. And our experience shows that this is where the biggest challenges are, and we are actually trying to work in some of these areas to ensure the FPOs do have this information or access these infrastructure, to ensure that there is a better price realization, and also to understand what exactly is the right price to realize from their produce. Because unless and until the FPOs knows what price they are going to sell their produce, they may not be able to convince their member farmer that at what price they are going to buy the produce. So that becomes a bigger challenge. So output marketing is definitely a challenge, but I think with the right help, it can be done. Next, please. So, not going to delve deep into this. I mean, we know that these are the kind of markets which are currently available in agriculture in the country. Each has its benefits and limitations. But I'm going to, come down to few aspects in the last two row. The warehouse or storage point. Last three rows, the new age marketing channels. Again, because this is these have just started. Of course, NEML, which is our sister concern, has been a pioneer in this kind of a marketplace, and there are now quite a few which has come up, and I think doing good. But still, India is a large country. There is a lot of commodity which needs to flow, but there are still challenges. Even if we look at these marketplaces at the e-commerce platform, bottom third row from the bottom, quality check. Who does the third party certification? Who ensures the payment is received? So there has to be a mechanism, and some of these marketplaces either providing this mechanism, but still have not been very much in terms of popularity. So we have to see why this popularity is still not there. What is the issue? Is there a trust issue? Is there a payment issue? So how do we, if the dispute happens between the buyer and seller, who solves it? Does the seller ensures that how do sellers ensure that he gets his money, or the buyer ensures that he gets his quality produce? The one of the factor I think can solve a lot of these challenges is the warehouse or storage point based sales, with what called, so WDR is trying to promote this mechanism, and definitely it can work to a very, very large extent, because uh, uh, you have the checks and balances, material coming in and into the WDRA ecosystem, ENWRs, and you're not transferring the material, you're transferring the electronic negotiable warehouse receipts, and these receipts are then against these receipts, if money is received, then only they can actually lift the goods. So the lot of security is also built in and trust built in. So this is something which also needs to be promoted within the farming and the FPO ecosystem to avail. And definitely there are banks which are providing a reasonable rate of interest again ENWR. So that is one model which can definitely be looked at. And if you look at global supply chains, a lot of ENWR based, a lot of countries basically work on this. They simply call it warehouse receipt, and sometimes they are electronic, sometimes it is physical, but the NWRs or the WRs get transferred to the owner. Ownership transfer happens without moving the goods. Goods has moved only once from the farmer's field to that storage points. But to do that, you need to have a reasonable storage points. You need to have scientific storage points to ensure that the materials are as it is, as per the written down quality. Of course, the last point is the future and option market, and one of the though it's limited in terms of its commodities which are being allowed in this market. FNV, of course, are not there. But if you look at the benefits, it's the best platform for price discovery. It's the efficient platform also for price hedging. And there is, it's because it's under regulatory purview, there are dispute resolutions, and one can lock in the revenue in that. So that gives a comfort to the farmer producer organization. If your revenue is locked, you can back calculate, give to your farmer member that this is the price I can buy your produce. Farmers is also confident that, okay, I'm going to get minimum this amount. So everybody in the chain, so that, as I was talking about, the variability is removed. But of course, it's a little bit complex market for some of the FPOs to grasp, but I think we have been seeing a steady rise on adoption. And physical delivery is definitely a challenge, but we have seen now the farmer producer organizations in some of the states like Gujarat and Rajasthan and even in Maharashtra are using this platform in what we called as a financial hedge, where you sell wherever you want and the physical side of it, and you use this platform for price risk management. So I'm not going to go into detail in this particular presentation. If anybody wants to know more, we can create a separate workshop around that. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, just go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead. So, thanks. So one of the biggest, of course, there are production risks, there are institutional risks, there are personal risks. I mean, we talked about all those aspects, but one of the biggest risks, which I think the FPOs and the farmers both actually face, is the price risk. So the question becomes, how do I, and everybody in the value chain, they do, even the buyer does it, even the large corporates see it, faces it, and they have their own mitigation strategies. So the question is, who is going to help the FPOs to create those kind of a mitigation strategies? As I was mentioning earlier, if the FPO need to know when to hold, when to sell, because if I have used capital to hold the produce thinking that prices will go up and the prices do not, and then I have to take a loss. So as an FPO, do I have the capability to absorb that loss? So there are various methods to do this, manage this to a large extent. So the question is, who is going to guide these farmer producer organizations to manage these? Any combinations in terms of transferring the price to the next in the value chain, Can I get into the forward contracts with the buyer and the seller in this case, based on the commodity and the location? How do I make my operation more efficient? Can I, whatever tools can I use at disposal, or or innovations to reduce my cost of operation? Can I have a back-to-back delivery model or contract model? And of course, use, as I was explaining earlier, using derivatives market and the e-market, whichever works at any given point in time. But at the end of the day, agriculture is physical, as I was mentioning in the initial point. It has to, the FPOs needs to be sustainable, has to have a cash flow. To have a cash flow, you need to have a business. Any business of such nature, when you physically buy and sell, because you are supposed to buy low and sell high, you will face risks, and these risks needs to be managed. Next, please. And just to touch upon, we see large price swings. Just to next, please. Just to highlight these points, that why risks are important to understand, especially the price risk, which impacts FPOs. Because if you look at these price movements, how volatile they are. And I've just taken 3 examples of bajra, mustard, soybean. It may not be, because if the FPOs are from southern states, it may not be very, may not relate. But I'm sure some of them might be tracking some of these prices and know how volatile they are. So the point becomes that if the prices are so volatile, how do I manage my risk? Right? So it becomes very, very important to use as I was mentioning in the previous slide, that what are the kind of tools. Now the question is, it's easier said than done. Who is going to help me to understand this risk mitigation strategies, when to use, how to use, when to deploy, when not to deploy, right? So it becomes and if I can still make a loss, and if I make a loss, how do I survive? Where do I get this viability gap, or the risk cost gap, to sustain myself for the next season? So that also needs to be looked at from a business angle point of view for FPO to become sustainable. Next, please. So commodity derivatives definitely performs, a big objective of these two, managing the price risk, by giving the discovery that what is the kind of price which is prevailing in the market. And one can use these prices to negotiate with various companies as a benchmark. Internationally, the trade looks at NCDX prices or any other, whether it's, global exchanges or NCDX or MCX or any exchanges in the world. They look at these prices to negotiate their price points. Of course, they are large quantities, but it's also true, we have seen that even for domestic discussion for selling turmeric, one looks at today FPOs in even only in Andhra Pradesh are participating by looking at exchange prices and negotiating, and even actually delivering on the exchange platform their turmeric. Those small quantum, but 5 ton, 10 ton is reasonably large quantum for FPO. So they are managing their price risk. If they are managing their price risk, they are managing their PNL. So how they can actually do that? Because the features of these derivative market becomes allows you to do that, because they are centralized marketplace. There are large number of buyer and sellers who are coming in, unlike in mandi where it's skewed most of the time to one direction. Because of a small farmers, we have large number of sellers and maybe small number of buyers, making the collusion maybe possible. It's a well regulated market. And because they are leverage, yes, there are risks, but there are leverage instruments. It frees up capital to do other business. So 2 months down the line, if I need to sell my, so this FPO in Andhra, to give you an example, sold in their turmeric, I think 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks back. And yesterday was our expiry. They delivered this the quantum one lot on the exchange go down and the money got transferred today to their account. So that's risk free. They don't need to look at who is the buyer, whether my money will come or not. All those tension of FPO in terms of money and the quality is because it's pre-decided. You know where to deliver, so you can calculate your logistic cost. You know what quality needs to be delivered. You can prepare in advance, talking to your farmer members that this is the quality which is required, and this is the cost which is going to be. This is the money I'm going to pay you because they have logged in and they have got that fund. So using wherever appropriate, appropriately these kind of marketing channels for price risk management and discovery should be encouraged by various institutions, including KVKs and academic institutions like Manage. Next, please. So this is just a consolidation statement of this particular marketplace, and I'm again correlating it back to the theme of the topic. This marketplace is full electronic, so ICT is our bedrock in terms of the way we work, and so what exactly is traded? It's basically a contract. They are tradable contract which is standardized, so you don't have to worry about quality because the quality is prescribed, so one can look at what kind of quality I need to deliver, or if I am buying, then what kind of quality I'm going to buy. The quantity is fixed. It cannot be an arbitrary quantity. The delivery locations are fixed, and the payment system and physical settlement system are also fixed. So basically, any variability in terms of these which can change the price points to a very large extent are predetermined. If they're predetermined, then the only thing I can now talk about is negotiating the prices. And it's, of course, being regulated by Government of India. Under SEBI, it's legally binding. So it helps in removing the variability, which I was again mentioning earlier, removes the variability part. Again, sorry to say it again, that it connects back to my cash flow as an FPO, and better cash flow means possibly a better profitability, and my sustainability as an FPO comes into place. Next, please. So finance we have talked about. I think one of the aspects which policy papers need to get into is, whether
Mr. Mukherjee, I think.
Yeah, I mean, couple of minutes, sir. I'm through almost. Right. So just a suggestion that, of course, inclusion in the PSL has been done. We need to really look at. So one of the suggestion I'm making to the floor is that, like KCC, Kisan gets it. Whether can we look at whether FPOs can also get some kind of a corporate FPO credit card to get if their balance sheet and everything is okay. Can we look at the centralized KYC process? And of course, if we have the lien mark goods, so one of the challenge by the financial institutions, maybe it's some academic study of the representation to financial institutions needs to be made, that because if I have e-pledged, unless and until I pay back the money, they are not going to remove the pledge. So how this mechanism can be looked at, that I can sell without paying my obligations to the financial institution, and that money directly goes to the lending institution first, and then comes to the FPO. So that means the finance company is also happy that they are getting the money. The FPO or the entity is also happy because its goods are sold without prepaying the loan, and the assets, though it's movable assets, cannot be moved because it's within the structure of maybe WDRA under regulation. Next, please. So each of these points we can look at. So we have talked about this earlier also. Next, please. So just last two slides, sir. So what we do as in making these FPOs sustainable is that we touch base with them on a one-on-one basis. So far, since 2018, we have done around 600 programs. We have covered almost more than 2,000 FPOs. and almost 80 farmer producing promoting institutions and research institutions we partnered with. We work with all the agencies wherever possible. Recently we have taken up Muhim in terms of touching base with KVKs, whether it runs through ICR, whether it runs through NGOs as well. So I think it's a continuous process in terms of educating the farmers, but the institutional mechanism in terms of taking those decisions by the FPOs, how do you make them happen, is something which really needs to be worked upon. Next, please. Yeah, this is the last slide, sir. So far, this has been our experience over the past few years. You can also access the FPO report, latest FPO report. The link below is there if you go to our website, and would be happy to take up any questions on this regard as we progress. Thank you very much. You can close the presentation, please.
Thank you, Mukherjee. Actually, to be on the line, and probably one more presentation is there. After that, we will take some questions, and then I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for an insightful presentation. Kindly be with the seminar. As sir rightly said, we'll go with the paper presentation, and in the end we can summarize. So we have one paper presentation in this theme. The title of the paper is Application and Challenges of Blockchain Technology in Agriculture Sector, a review, which has been co-authored by Dr. Shalan Deshmukh and Ms. Sarvari Pathak, and the presentation will be given by Sarvari Pathak. I would like to tell the speaker that time interval of 8 minutes will be given to you to present your presentation, and last 2 minutes will be given for you to conclude the presentation. And a single bell will be run on 8 minutes, and the final bell on 10 minutes. Sarvari, are you there? Are you able to listen to us? Sarvari, let's start your presentation.
Am I audible? Yes, you're audible.
Let's start your, yeah, you can do slideshow and then you can go with the presentation. You have to complete your presentation in 8 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I would like to.
We can't hear you. Keep your mic closer. Keep your mic closer.
Hello?
Yeah, it's yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, and do the slideshow of your presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon, all of you. So, first of all, I would like to thank you, Manage and INSEE, for organizing this national seminar. And today, I'm here to present our presentation on applications and challenges of blockchain technology in agriculture, a review. So, these are the contents. Then, as we know, the agriculture is the primary sector in India, and it accounts about 54.6% of total workforce is engaged in agriculture, and agriculture and allied sectors account 17.8% of gross value added. So this shows that importance of agriculture in India. So how agriculture and technology has relate to each other. That is so this is the technological transformation perspective from India. So first of all, ICT, information communication technology has come, but previously, traditionally, the newspapers and radios are used to communicate the information to farmers. Then after internet has come, and internet has changes the way of communicating information to the farmers through different mobile apps, farmer portals. So it helps to timely and accurate communicating information to farmers. And now artificial intelligence and machine learning, blockchain technologies, this type of technologies has into the agriculture. So in this article, I'm going to just focus on blockchain technology. So it is a huge the huge data is generated during the agriculture of operations and activities, and it is made accessible for analysis and interpretation. And it can be solved through blockchain technology by its application like traceability. These issues like traceability, food safety, supply chain, and it can be used in monitoring and management of agricultural practices. So what is blockchain technology? So it is a digital ledger of transaction which one cannot be manipulated like pen or paper or Excel sheets. So the decentralized data is managed by different partners or different participants. So that's why it is called as distributed ledger technology. And currently the blockchain is mainly using for financial transactions, but by understanding the working methodology, blockchain can be used in agriculture, many sectors like agriculture, service sector, aviation. So there are two main types of blockchain. That is a permissionless blockchain and permission blockchain. So permissionless blockchains are those which all can join to that blockchain and access given to all. And the another is blockchains. The permission of joining that blockchain is restricted to only some particular nodes. So based on those two factors, then the blockchain is again divided into public, private, and consortium. So public blockchain is same as anyone can join that blockchain. Private blockchain is restricted to only, means that its control is only with any particular institute or organization. And then consortium is the access is given to only specific nodes. So this is the flow activities in blockchain. Uh, After filling of first block, it goes to second, and this change has made, and the hash of first block uh, is connected to the hash of next block. So this type of structure has made. So without wasting too much time, we directly go to the applications of blockchain technology in agriculture. So first is traceability. Traceability is nothing but to identify the location or proper application of particular things. So I will share the some real examples where blockchain has already used. So World Wildlife Foundation announced the blockchain supply chain traceability project to eliminate the illegal tuna fishing. So as we seen in this image, such type of barcodes they have attached to the fishes, and so that uh, the whole chain from fisherman to the end consumer will get the whole information of supply of that tuna fish. Then transparency. So MyCrop is an Ahmedabad-based agri-tech startups currently testing blockchain in seed supply chain to track the entire supply movements from seed aggregators, distributors, retailers to farmers. So in Maharashtra, it's already happened that in soybean crop, the total seeds are the farmers got total seeds which is low quality, and hence the total their batch of the crop has been collapsed. So they are suffering so many problems now. So this type of transparency can be maintained through blockchain technology. So next is agri and food supply chain. The companies like Agri Digital has already using this blockchain technology, and they've used to sell the produce of 23.46 tons of grain through blockchain technology. Then next is food integrity and food safety and integrity. So this is very interesting that chicken assigned in San Francisco were put together QR codes. So they have put QR codes to the chicken, and so that the end consumer will got to know the process, means in which condition the chicken has raised, what they provided and feed to the chicken, what is the like protein contents and nutrient contents in that chicken. So all this factor the end user got to know. Then second is same the Downstream Beer is the first company in beer sector uses this blockchain technology and revealing everything about that beer, means ingredients, brewing methods. So this is also one of the important application of blockchain. So next is cryptocurrency. As we know, Bitcoin is very famous nowadays, and everyone wants to invest in the Bitcoin. So Bitcoin can be a good application in agriculture sector, where farmers can use not Bitcoin, but cryptocurrencies can be used in agriculture sector for the transactions. Next is e-commerce platforms. So there are so many e-commerce platforms are present now, where agriculture produce from inputs to final products can be is buying and selling. They are doing this type of in e-commerce platforms. So we can use cryptocurrencies that in e-commerce platforms, so that the any kind of frauds can be eliminated. Next is smart contracts. So in agriculture, so many smart contracts has been made to the farmers to the sellers. So by using the smart contract application in blockchain, we can help to solve the disputes and conflicts which can be arise in the contract method. Then labor problems. So this is the very good example where the Coca-Cola company has attempted to employ blockchain to sniff out the forced labor problem. Sugar.
Conclude the presentation next 2 minutes.
Yes. So they are using blockchain technologies uh, to reduce the forced labor in their company. Next, supervision and quality measurement is also one of the important, and certification and documentation. As we know, the farmers are if they wants to get benefited beneficiary, or they wants to apply for subsidy, certificates and documents are required. So by using blockchain, we can verify the valid, and we can store their data so that they will not face any problems of certification and documentation. Same with land registration. The number of disputes has arisen regarding ownership rights when the land has sold so many times. So by using the track or data of blockchain, anyone can know means the original owner, and then buyer of the land. So there are some challenges like regulation. There may be a gap between developed and developing countries, and their privacy issues are there. Then the delay issue, because it takes time because of the complex and distributed and encrypted nature. It takes some time. Then storage capacity, and high costs. So these are the some challenges. But if we found any solution, or if the researcher or the technical experts can solve this type of challenges, then blockchain will be a very important tool in agriculture. So if we talk about farmer producer companies, there are a lot of they are doing lot of operations like procurement of inputs, then managing inventory, recording, then financial statements, and logistics, supply chain. So blockchain can be play a important role in this type of all the activities. And there are some Indian startups like Samudra Network, Cultivate, TRST01, Tresix. These are continuously working on blockchain technology to help the farmers and farmer producer companies. So, the blockchain can be very useful in FPOs. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharvil, for the presentation. The chair and co-chair are interested to ask the respective question.
So now the floor is open. Anyone would like to call the questions or clarifications?
Yeah.
Please.
You can just stand up and introduce yourself and then ask.
Sir, Himanshu, I came from Odisha. I work for SC here. I discussion, the number of farmer producer organization has gone up to 15,948. So if for other research works, we need to quote that figure. What is the source of that now? For example, is it NAPA data, Minister of Company Affairs data, or we need to quote the figure with the source which should be acceptable and authentic. So Dr. Mukherjee may kindly respond. 15,943 is the total number of FPOs as of now. So if I have to use that figure in any of my articles or any articles, so what would be the source of that figure?
So, yes, Mr. Mukherjee.
Sir,
Mukherjee, are you able to answer?
Sir, the question, Sir, the question asked is, you quoted a figure of 15,948 FPOs established. What is the source?
Yeah, recently there is, I think, an SFSE full report, which is there. So the data has been collected from there. We'll share with the organizer the report. We will share with the organizer. Then maybe.
Yes, they have brought out this data. Yeah, they have brought out, as mentioned by Mr. Sir, any other source from here we can get a domain-wise number of FPOs. Like my interest is fisheries. In fisheries and aquaculture, what are the estimated number of FPOs as of now? So any domain-wise distribution of FPOs and any source which you can suggest, I can refer to. Are you able to listen to the question?
So yeah, the question is directed to me. Yeah,
Yes,
you can one can actually go to SFSE website and actually download the whole state-wise list. Excel sheets are there. Maybe you can then download and do that exercise and they are pretty detailed. How many FPOs are there under NRLM, under various state promoting agencies, under SFSE, under NABARD. So you can use that data point. That's
Thank you. Another small query from Mr. Mukherjee of NCDEX. Recently, I came across one co-branded pickup van. It's written one side is the name of the NGO, which has promoted a particular pharma producer company, and on the other side, the NEML, NCDEX E-Markets Limited. So, what kind of support and what kind of assistance you were providing to those FPOs? And what kind of arrangement you have with the FPO in co-branding the pickup vans and necessary supports?
So NEML is our sister concern, though it is a 100% subsidiary of NCDX. And this particular incidents and this thing, I am not aware, so may not be able to respond to you immediately. I can, you can connect with NEML people, or you can actually through organizers send us a mail. I will connect you with the NEML. I think they would be better suited to respond to this.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Please.
Question is to Patel Madam. So we did not understand the linkages between cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. What is cryptocurrency? How it works? What it relates to the FPOs? We need some more explanations.
Shirley, were you able to listen to the question?
Hello.
Yeah.
Actually, cryptocurrency, we know the examples like Bitcoin. So method behind the cryptocurrency is blockchain technology. So if, for example, if I have shared some money to you, then and you have shared money to other one, then this method of storing the data is called as like blockchain technology. So cryptocurrency is the one of the application of blockchain technology. Did you get it?
Are you clear?
So you want the relationship with FPOs. You want the relationship of cryptocurrency with FPOs. Then survey the second part of the question is what is the relationship of cryptocurrency with FPOs?
Okay, so currently we are making transaction with cash, na? So we can use cryptocurrency. So for example, actually in India now currently if we go to the market and if we told that we need TV or refrigerator based on cryptocurrency, it is not that much of means used in India, but after 2 or 3 years maybe it come to the India, like we can use the Bitcoin. For example, if we have to sold some amount of goods or some amount of tons of grains to other any other party, then we can use the cryptocurrency as a as we use currently the cash method. So bitcoins is replicate to replication to the cash.
Just the panel members to clarify a little more about this.
See, first of all, actually, cryptocurrency is not legalized in India. Exactly, I understand. Going beyond the normal use rate, either to the farmers, the FPOs. It will take some time, but I don't think in India that will be legalized because when we go for the cryptocurrency, all sorts of nonsense will happen. It's not the complicated. Yeah, the whole thing is being debated so much in the country, but of course, so much controversial. So it should not be prostate. Yes, similar like this, think upon by most of the people. So blockchain technology started for the cryptocurrency. Okay. Then it is extended to other areas of applications. For us, it's better other things like variable import and supply chain. These things can be effective.
Not for the currency.
Yeah, please, anybody else?
Yeah. Mike, please.
License paper and some lot of problems.
Problems, yeah.
So please.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shantan Mandal from West Bengal. I have a question for Mukherjee, sir. Is there any way to provide safeguards to the FPO, the farmer producer organizations, when they are trading through the NCDX platform? I mean, there is a lot of price uncertainty going on. So, is there any ways to provide a safeguard to the FPOs or the farmers?
I didn't get the word. What to provide?
Is there any way to provide safeguard against the price uncertainty?
So safeguard, so hedging is the safeguard, right? So see, we are a price discovery and price risk management platform. Okay, the way simply it works is that when you take a position, if you are an FPO and you want to sell your produce to a physical market, so in advance you can lock in the price, and that is the price we are going to get wherever the prices go. So that is where the safeguard is, by locking in the price. It's like if you get into a forward contract with a buyer, whatever crop you have, you're locking in the price. But because it's bilateral, you both of you can decide which location, what time, which quantum, what quality. All those things are pre-decided by the exchange. So you are safeguarded, both of you, buyer and a seller, and you are taking a position that at this price I am going to sell my produce, and whatever the price, if it goes up you may lose, if it goes down you will gain, if it stays around you don't lose anything. So that is the safeguard which this market actually provides you. Is that the question? I mean, if I have got the question right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This was the question.
Okay. Thank you.
One more thing, sir. So recently I was looking at the NCDX report, sir, FPO report. Sir, there has been not a single FPO registered from West Bengal or from the northeastern states, sir. So can we conclude that it is because of the lack of awareness among those states or those areas?
No, so if you remember the slide which I presented in the various agricultural market which is available, and the last column, last row was talked about these derivatives market. This derivatives market basically function on the kind of commodities which can be put on these contracts. So in the states which you just mentioned, the commodities which are out there is not yet on the platform. So that becomes a challenge. So that's why you see that gap. So but hopefully coming season will change, because North Bengal, for example, has got a lot of maize, and Bihar, Gulabag is our delivery center, and we hope that if there are FPOs, and we are trying to work with a lot of promoting agencies and NGOs out there, if we can be of help, any help to those FPOs to sell their maize and hedge their price risk through Gulabag contract. We would be happy to engage further if you can send us a detail.
Okay, but sir, West Bengal already have a considerable amount of rapeseed and mustard production, sir.
Sorry, what production?
Sir, mustard, rapeseed and mustard.
Yeah, I mean, mustard is again currently not being traded.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I think couple of questions are there from young scholars. Yeah.
Questions at least.
Yeah.
Sure.
Little louder, please.
Myself, Reena Pushpa, ODR veterinary student. Sir, under IDP, I'm working over 2 innovative ideas, and one of them is about goat farming. And under that, we are connecting with farmers, and in which we were about to work through cryptocurrency only. Like, we will not pay them in money in cash. We will work on like currency holders. So my college never denied that this won't work. After this discussion for them, I came to know that we will be accepting incorrect. But we are already working for it.
Bhaskar Garu, I think you are the right person.
First, we ought to get it legally.
Sir, we just ministers, we IPA from fisheries, they also like accepted our idea and ready to fund.
See, anything there is in the controversy, you lead to some problem today or tomorrow. When problem comes, everybody will be caught with these things. Better avoid there certain things are under controversy. It may be successful for 2 days, but one fine day you will land in problem. So there are many things we have experienced in this country. Knowing very well what you want, that financial transaction managing. Yeah.
See, it is like this. You are throwing a stone to a honeybee hive. You may get honey or you may get bitten by. Don't get into that. That is my sincere opinion.
Can I mention first?
30%.
But government is going to send cryptocurrency later with Indian company or Indian organization which is going to launch their own cryptocurrency, not outside the country.
Yes, sir.
Till then, if you want to work as a research project, you can go ahead. Nothing wrong in it, doing certain things. But till the government of India releases the law, rule, you cannot enter. If you invest now, you lose your money. It is a big scam. And a lot of black money is moving into currency, not a.
Sure. See, what is happening in chip business, this country. So when you understand language, it's very clear. And they do not say people are going across the country. Okay, even the system payments government is not accepting value. The number of applications. Can do transactions on the area of farmers. They need
that is kind of a
Hello, my name is Akshay Vishnu. I'm a PhD scholar and sitting from Bangalore. My question is that one side we are trying to linking with the FPOs and with the community market. And we recently know that in December month, SEBI has banned seven agriculture commodities trading in the future market or related to community market. So why such a the unforeseen and unfortunate decision has been taken where we are promoting or ICT based INAM and community market, but one side decision as per the decision making of FPOs, as there are many FPOs from Bihar and Madhya Pradesh has been already trading with the future market. So my question is that how can we minimize such a volatile in the future regarding the especially commodity market? And of course, there are need to be more awareness regarding that discussed by the other scholars and the presentation. Then my second question is that we hear if any chairperson or from the anyone, they have any more instances regarding to the FPOs who successfully intervention through ICT, blockchain or AI right now going on, or any output market that link with the community market or the other kind of output market that are successful stories has been created by FPO. So we can study that and we can more explore that. If any example is there, I will be happy to know from the chairman and all present. And I compliment all the three presented for the insightful presentation. Thank you.
Fine.
Shall I respond?
Only one question.
Okay.
Only one question for the Mukherjee's presentation. He made a mention regarding financial management and FPOs. It's the biggest challenge. Recently, you all know that the shareholdership anything runs for 100 rupees and so. If it's going to be 1,000, it will be 1 lakh rupees. Manage a small unit of profit, but also the staff, one CEO, one accountant, and one messenger or even something like that. Even at a conservative estimate, if monthly comes around 40 million, initially these people will have a lot of profit. Those people who have become members, they think, see, we have 100 rupees, and they think that something big thing will come. But unfortunately, the officer is supposed to run here. Even they will not have the money to pay that rent for the minimal house they have. And we will have the staff another thing. That is the state. And what NABARD is giving is very, very minimal. They will give for 1 year about 1 lakh and they will end up
with 1,000 conditions.
Yeah, with 1,000 conditions. And even other organizations also, they are not supporting to this type of institution. And in the morning, that is being divided so much, they have separate place for them, separate office, separate infrastructure, so many things. But where this money will come for the initial establishment of these things is not being thoroughly discussed. And sustainability of the financial issues is the biggest challenge. And as you rightly mentioned, once they are not able to go for auditing because the auditing comes and auditor fee has to be paid. And no auditor will do this deal without 10,000 rupees. For a smaller thing also they say 10,000 rupees. And for another charter account is required, you also ask for another 10,000 rupees. And it's very unfortunate when the money has to come for these things. And suppose if they take up any smaller activity of financial transaction like selling some imports or selling some outputs, everything will be attracted with 18% GST. And if they pay 18% GST, this people has to run away. And the worst part of it, this is not being talked about very seriously by mostly people at the helm of the affairs. They start FPO. So where the money for these things that has to be needed because he made a mention on financial stability and financial management. I would like to look at how Mukherjee can provide some comprehensive information on this thing. Otherwise, no operation can sustain in the long term. Maybe they, in the initial stage, with all these things they start. But after a few years, they start running away from the whole scenery.
Yes. Friends, We had a good discussion.
Whether Mukherjee can provide some input on this thing, because he would be gave some information.
I think what you are telling is a fact. Probably, I don't know. So Mukherjee sir, or anything?
Sir, your comments. Mukherjee sir, your comments.
Yeah, okay. So can you repeat the question? I think the previous gentleman, we asked the question, right? That is the question, correct?
This is, I will just introduce myself. This is Professor Narayan Guda, former vice chancellor of the university, where we had the privilege of establishing as early as 2005 couple of farmers operations, and we gave them reasonable funds and made them to run. And now we linked them. Urgently they are going. But we have seen of late some of the operations that we started, they have landed in problem. That's the reason why what is the financial this one we are looking at for these institutions need to be clarified. We are saying additional education is so like a cash.
I don't know, maybe you can help me understand the exact question, but I remember the first one asking that why the certain commodities are suspended and given the volatility aspect, right? And I don't think I'm can respond that properly because it's a government decision, and we are just a market platform. And I think these contracts are for all the farming and agri value chain, and they, I think, should represent to government that the kind of benefits it accrues to their businesses. So they should make also a representation to the right quarter. So I may not be able to that. What is the justification? I may not be able to comment on those lines. I think, was there any second point? This was the first question I remember.
The second question asked by Professor Narayan Gowda sir was, how could we provide financial stability through FPOs? As the main focus of your presentation was financial stability and management.
So I think I talked about a little bit. So there are a couple of models which could be looked into. So when we talk about financial stability, that means we need to do business, right? So for example, I mean, it's a hypothetical in the sense that if I need land to create a processing unit, right? How do I do that? Can panchayat land be leased? Can there be a model where state governments can create common centers and put in the capex, and FPOs use them as and when require those grading sorting unit to ensure that my produce is clean? Can it be possible to look at, if I'm doing a business, new kind of a financial model where I borrow the money from the financial institution to pay to my member farmers, but I can straight away sell the produce without removing the lien by the financial institutions, and the payment from the buyer can directly go to the financial institutions. So the double financing is not required. So can we look at those kind of new models? If there is a gap in terms of my cash flow, how do I can create a viability gap funding? Because if I am putting in a unit, let's say a cleaning grading unit, it's costing 10, 15, 20 lakhs, then how do I recover that capex cost, right? So I think we need to really think through new models of financial stability. The other part, as I said, from the business activity. And from the business activity, that if we have seen, and if you look at the successful FPCs, right, whether from Shayadri to, but there are few in Tamil Nadu and a couple of them in, I think, Kamareddy in Andhra. If you look at that, look at their business model, the top management is quite business savvy. So how do we bring in that? And we know everybody cannot be business savvy, can be federated. Is it possible to federate local, district level, block level FPOs to create that economies of scale, to give them the negotiation power? So there could be many aspects. So that will bring in the financial stability, provide them with the right kind of support mechanism on a continuous basis, not maybe once a year, once 6 months affair. It's a long discussion, sir. I doubt I can do justice to. There are various models which can be looked at. There are global models. There are domestic models which can be looked at, and we can pick up the best and try.
Mr. Over to you, Chair. Okay. Thank you, all of you. I think an excellent presentations, very good questions, thought-provoking questions. And I must compliment the rapporteurs for answering some of the questions, really, and giving the solutions for them. But Mr. Mukherjee's talk mostly dealt with output marketing, cash flow problems, and risk, financial risk. In fact, these are the critical things that are facing the FPOs today. I think he was also finding some solutions for this. And just now he has answered a question saying that the federation networking. I think in fact we have followed this with central groups also. You know, networking at the village level application, networking at the block level, networking at the district level, then going to a higher level. I think, you know, otherwise, so independently, we want to deal with only, you know, one FPO or two FPOs here and there. And as you rightly pointed out, the business mind is more important. See, the question here is we are dealing with the small scale farms. Out of them, they contribute 100 rupees each and all that. As Dr. Narayan Gowda was telling, is a fact. And you know, and you are appointing a CEO for whom NABARD is giving for 2-3 years 10,000. Now they increase it to 15,000. They say it is a big one. 15,000 rupees to a CEO of FPO. It is a shame. I am telling you, whether it is the NABARD or any other organization. So a CEO with 10,000 rupees.
MBA background.
Huh?
With the
MBA background. There is a conditionality also. So sometimes, see, I was really telling you, being in the FPO system for 20 years. So I have studied many organizations. When they are trying to formulate the rules and regulations, most of them you cannot implement. It is not possible. It is not possible. I don't know how critically they think and then try to formulate these type of things. And that is sabotaging our programs, actually. I think this is one of the lessons we should be able to learn.
There are very many dimensions that are most unclear.
Unclear.
Most unclear. And they are thought about just because that has come to their mind. And that's the whole reason why the whole system is not able to go with the expectations.
I don't know which mind, because we have billions of minds now here. Which mind is working on that, but I have my own doubt. So next, I think one of the quickest one which I can able to say is, I think he has also narrated the price risk, which is very, very important. Very, very important. See, sometimes in NC DX also, you try to negotiate the prices and then fix it, as he was trying to say. This time you have seen the chilies, 10,000 rupees to 20. We never had cotton 10,000 per quintal. It's a quantum jump. I don't know how the variation is coming in India so much for the commercial crops and all. Suppose we before itself we have a negotiation with buyer. So I think on the same day it will collapse. So it will not wait for second day also. So this is what is happening in dynamics. I think one has to study this and he has very thoughtfully given a good solutions. And then I think Ms. Patel was talking about blockchain technology. We discussed before currency and all that. See, blockchain technology definitely, as I told you, don't be elaborate on that. It is a digital ledger. I've seen it. So what we are trying to see, but it is being connected with all members on every aspect about it as opposed to people. But anyway, these are all the new concepts which are coming up. See, aged people like us, we never learned artificial intelligence, blockchain technology. So they are all coming now. We are reading. So not master. Anyway, so that's what is happening. But one thing I could found in cartons, what we were running, the traceability from field to fashion is very good. I can give a note from how they are doing. So it's wonderful. I think it's going to be helpful for all the commodities also. And then I think one thing which I would like to say here is lot of questions have come and the answers have already come. So now the conclusion is this disruptive technologies. Disruptive means I don't. The word is different, but disruptive technologies they call it now the ICTs and all that, artificial intelligence and many other things. I think they have come to stay. We have to be with them somehow. So we should make the necessary modifications and instrument, but nothing can replace human being. Let us use them to supplement and complement in extension service. Thank you.
So I think all of them must have been tired now by now. So I request all NC members to gather at the reception. So DC sir wants to have some discussion. So that is the announcement. Then of course tomorrow morning, since papers are more in number, we have planned to start at 9 o'clock. So I request all of you to assemble at 9 o'clock. Maybe by the time we start the session, it will be 9:50. So these are two announcements from my words.
Chair and co-chair. So on behalf of
Chair and co-chair.
Yeah. So
No problem.
So, sir, yeah. So on behalf of manager NC, we would like to thank Professor S. Reddy sir for being present over here as the chairman, and Shri Ajit Mukherjee sir to be present as the co-chairman and the lead paper presenter. And I would request Shri Bhaskar sir to kindly felicitate Professor S. Reddy sir with a memento as a token of appreciation for the time he has given to us. We also like, on the behalf of management, we also like to thank our rapporteurs, Shri Bhaskar sir and Dr. K.V. Rao sir for acting as the rapporteurs for this session. Small announcements. A tea has been ready in the tea lounge. Before going to your particular rooms, thank you, sir, for being present.
My further thanks to Ajit Mukherjee sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for having me.
So if people can have tea and disperse. Yeah.
Very important.